Yes. So thank you everyone so much for joining us. Hopefully we won't have too many tech issues. Mercury is in retrograde, which is always so much fun to deal with. And I have two of my favorite ladies, and one of my favorite men has just joined us too, Scott Schilling. Scott and I are both together in the in our morning Monday devotional with the lovely Ziegler family. Julia is my wonderful leader in my APO Go business, and Rosemary is one of my favorite team members on my favorite supplement company. So everything is a favorite, and we're just going to talk a little bit. My first speaker has severe technical issues, and she actually is unable. We even tried the phone, and she just couldn't connect. So Lori McNeil will not be joining us for this particular time, but she is a very regular speaker on my summits. She basically opens for me all the time. So that is, you know, inevitable when you have a Mercury retrograde and fires. I don't know what she has. She's out in Oregon, so hopefully she's okay and just has nothing more than internet issues. Um, Rosemary and I are both from Ontario, and we're both having the displeasure of smelling a lot of smoke from all the fires. And we're just gonna take a quiet moment and wish these poor people that are getting displaced out of their homes and all the animals that are maybe not as safe as we'd like them to be. Let's just take a quick silent moment just to say some prayers. Silent ones, we wish them all the best. And hopefully this will clear up soon. We are getting a severe thunderstorm on Saturday, so that will help to clean up the air. Let's send them all some good healing love energy. Thank you so much for joining me in that. Ah, so lovely. The only tech issue I have is I can't seem to be in the speaker view. So let me see what's happening here. Oh, that's okay. I like my gallery view anyways. And I can't find my regular background, but that's okay. Talk a little bit about Scott is scheduled to speak at 9:30, but feel free to join us in whatever we're discussing also because I got one of my favorite things about aging backwards is the idea of I'm 64, so I'm supposed to be preparing for retirement, and I don't really know what retirement is. So I'm like, this girl. I don't think so. I'm actually adding new things. I'm in the process of getting my insurance license at age 64. I was 50 years old when I got my real estate license. It's a 2-year course here in Ontario in a college. Like it's an intense course. Um, yeah, so I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I started a brand new venture last year. I'm organizing wellness fairs. So I've added that to my existing crazy schedule of publishing, speaking. I also, oh, was it last year? No, the year before, I actually completed my bank code coaching. So I'm a level 5 bank code coach, and we actually have something brand new that I don't think I'm at liberty to talk about just yet, but I'm going to be heavily involved in the Toronto area with this. It's a brand new venture, so that makes what three new ventures for me, and then my usual summits that I run once a month and books. And I also put my own books together, mostly anthology books. And the last one that came out was a few weeks ago. It was Authentic Leadership, which is also another one of my favorite names for my summit. It's now a regular summit on the agenda every year, at least once. And now we're working on aging backwards. So that's perfect. And so let's hear from some of the other people and what is aging backwards to them, because for me, keeping busy keeps me young. So, Julia, Rosemary, Scott, whoever wants to go next, go for it.
I'll jump in. What has really helped me with aging backward has been um, really working on things like drinking more water, good clean water, eating good clean food, supplementation, and making commitments for the future. About a year ago, I made the commitment to do events every single weekend. So I do live events here on the East Coast of the United States in the Mid Atlantic region. And every weekend, I'm focused on finding 1 or 2 day events, sometimes 3 day events, sometimes 4 day events, but at least a single day. I've had to take a couple weekends that didn't work out so that I had a live event, but a live event has absolutely reinvigorated me and made me feel young, made me feel alive. Um, I think the aging backward part is really in your head. I think what your age is really in your head. I always thought of myself as about 25 to 28 years old, never changed, never thought anything different until during COVID. And then immediately after COVID, when I was feeling really, really bad and really old. And since last year, since doing all of these live events, I've reverted back. I've gone back to my 28-year-old self again, 25-year-old self again, which is fantastic. So I am extremely happy. I'm around people. I'm finding my vibe tribe. I'm finding new people to be friends with. I'm doing something different than Marianne. I'm actually focusing and becoming incredibly laser focused, working every day to do a 1% per day improvement and really getting sharp, razor sharp on that, and I feel really good. So I'm not adding things, I'm actually taking things down, going down and down and down to become more laser focused. So it's a different approach. And Marianne and I are close friends. And so we really do talk often, try to talk every day about what we're working on. And that's the other piece is having some confidants, people that you can confide in and bounce ideas off of. Somebody who isn't there to judge you, criticize you, make you feel one way or the other, just to be your sounding board. Somebody who will help to get you where you want to be on your goal and is on your team. I know talking about having a team is always something like that. And as of tonight, I have a new sales training going back into operation. So it's been a long time since I've done a full legitimate sales training and it begins again tonight. So I feel like I have aged backward significantly in the last year. I've gone back to age 28. So if you ask me how old I am, I'm definitely 28 years old. I love this and I love how good I feel. And thank you for letting me share that because it's really good. And I do know that some of it has to do with our supplements that we use. And we were just introduced to one that I had never heard of. I mean, Kim Kardashian and Jennifer Aniston, they're ladies who are paid to look and feel young. And I don't know much about those two young ladies, but I do know one thing. If they're doing it and they're paid to be young, I'm going to give it a shot. And it's definitely paying off. So I'll let Marianne talk more about that. But I feel incredible. So thank you for letting me share, Marianne. And I turn the microphone back over.
She does look incredible. She looked incredible before, but now she just looks more energetic and her skin has changed. And one of the product that we are all in love with now, I'm going to tell you that I use this and I used to pay like $250 for a drip, like an IV drip for an NAD product. And this so I'm talking about Canadian dollars. So this in Canadian dollars works out to be about 120, let's say, roughly. But we have free shipping, but we have taxes and they're 13% in Ontario. So they're $80 US on the US market, much better pricing in the US. But you can take one or you can take two a day. And even if I take two a day, it's still under the price of what I was spending for the IV. So the IV was good for about 10 days to 2 weeks. So I'd have two a month. That's $500. This is Canadian. This is less than half. So it's barely hitting the mark. And it's NAD. NMN is a molecule that turns into NAD. NAD rejuvenates and resets and refurbishes your cells into younger, basically. It's the true, honest to goodness aging backwards right here. On top of all of that, the master antioxidant in the world is glutathione. Glutathione is in here. It's liposomal glutathione. There's vitamin C and xylitol, which is obviously very good for your mouth and teeth and gums. And this is what it looks like. I
And here's the best part, and I have to share the best part, Marianne, it tastes terrible.
I don't think it tastes terrible. I like this.
I'm just kidding, it's so tart. If you
It
like
is tart.
lemons,
I'm just
if
gonna
you
show
like
you what it looks like here. I'm gonna open this. Hang on, Julie. Hang on. Yeah.
okay.
All right, your good luck. So here it is. Once you've opened this up, it's just this little fruit roll-up looking thing. It is tart, but I find that the tartness takes away my craving for sugar, and I'm a big sugaraholic. Any other sugaraholics here with me?
Oh, totally. But I will say, I tell everybody, we have our other supplement line tastes like Jolly Ranchers and Lifesavers and is so delicious. It's hard to stop using and taking them every day. And this is like, I love it. I take it every single day, but it's the Sour Patch Kid version. It's the Sour Patch Kid fruit roll.
but I like it and it works really, really well. So for me,
Yes.
more steadier energy, not coffee energy, not boom, not this. Steady grown up energy. Um, Absolutely an anti-inflammatory. I just feel better. I don't feel any pain. Like I don't know how to explain it. I just don't feel any pain. It seems to take everything away. Better sleep. I don't have too much trouble sleeping because my schedule is pretty much a 12-hour day every day. So by the time I actually hit the bed, I'm so happy to be there that I'm out like a light in like 3 seconds. So I don't have problems falling asleep or sleeping. But if you do, I hear it's really good for that, for my, clients and my friends that have, had that
And if
experience.
you have ADD and OCD, it helps you to sleep at bedtime when you take it at bedtime, and that is exactly what happened to me. So I took it and boom, out like a light, like that song, like that in 1980s hard rocker song, out like a light. I was out like a light, and it was the best sleep. I haven't slept like that. I probably haven't slept like that since I was an infant. It was so incredibly deep and restorative. And thank you for saying all that, Marianne, because you've gotten me giggling. And that's the other thing is that things roll off me like water off a duck's back. And I could be the most meticulous, testy kind of person. And now I feel like I just feel so much lighter and happier. And I appreciate you saying all that.
And I think not that you have it, but other people have a lot of clients that have anxiety. I mean, in this day and age, anxiety is rampant, and it just seems to calm them down a little bit too. So I want to hear from Rosemary what she thinks of it because I know some of her physical issues. So I want to see how she feels it.
Well, I have to admit, thank you very much for allowing me to be on here this morning. Um, yeah, I got a little bit of a thing going on here, so it's my happy face. You should see the other guy. But I had a little bit of a procedure the other day.
I just want to be clear, Rosemary. She had a procedure done. She's okay.
I had a procedure done, so I didn't quite expect this. I thought he was just going to remove this little whatever that was on my face, and instead, I've got a big wound. But that aside, um, I can't speak enough about any of the products as far as APL Go, but they have been phenomenal for me. I really appreciate them, and they've helped me. Now, to kind of go back a little bit, about 3 years ago now, I post COVID, I got quite sick, and I had like a multiple health issues that just kept multiplying, and I didn't have any medical doctor, so I had to self-regulate and self-fulfill all of that and get all my stuff done for myself and advocate for myself and my health. Now, when we're talking about the, aging backwards, I am guilty of being a continual learner. I have spent my entire life, and I mean it, reinventing myself, trying to better myself, start a new business, start a new project, write books, uh, do educational stuff, teach, educate, and it nonstop. In fact, I had somebody say to me, "Why do you want to do all of that at your age?" And I'm not going to say my age, but I've been told that I'm about 20 years younger than my actual age. That's what I've been told. So that's a good thing. Yeah, being told that you're 20 years younger is actually pretty decent. But I have continual learned. I've spoken on stages, I've written books, I've done all sorts of things, and I continue to learn, I continue to reinvent myself, and I'm currently now starting a new business opportunity for myself and starting a new business and from scratch. And again, nobody understands it. They think, why? But it's what keeps me young. It's what keeps me going. And I don't think I will ever stop learning. In fact, when I did a presentation once to an audience, I actually commented that I will continue to educate myself and learn till I can't learn anymore and I'm gone. So, yeah, it's just the way I am and it's the way I'm built, and it keeps me alive. Yeah.
Awesome. It's true. I know everything she's doing. In fact, she's already working with me, right? So
I'm working on a project right now with Marianne, and it's part of helping me branch into new areas and new things. And again, that's just it keeps me going. I get bored really easily. I can't sit still. I'm like a little worm. I just got to be going all the time. Probably not the best when you're going through health issues, which I was for 3 years, but I just never really let it drag me down. I got depressed. I had a lot of anxiety and a lot of health issues that I had to go in and out of hospital for procedures and all that stuff. But I just kept going. And as I said to somebody one day, you do what you gotta do. And somebody says, "Well, why don't you just retire?" And I said, "Well, what is retirement? What does it mean to retire? I don't even know the meaning of the word." And yeah, I'm within that retirement age category, but retirement's not it's not in my vocabulary.
think it's time to do something else when you when you reach retirement. That's all. Just do something else.
Well, start a new
Maybe
business. That's
or
what I'm
add
doing.
or change. I'm just gonna 'cause she's not plugging herself enough. She does a concierge business with for me, she's doing some emailing. So if you all need some concierge help, Rosemary's your girl. And you can give her a shout. And if you can't find her, find me and I will connect you to her. It's not an issue at
Well,
all.
one thing I learned actually over the last few years is that everyone's struggling with their businesses and trying to grow their business and maintain their business. And one of the little pieces that I learned was that every all small businesses have a database. They have past clients. And in a lot of cases, we have become transactional to keep growing our business. But what I've done is now I offer services to actually go into your past client database and bring them back to life. Find out what their needs and wants are. Do they want changes? Do they want to upgrade? Whatever it is. And then I bring them back to the business owner and put an appointment into their calendar. So now that they can move ahead, they haven't had to go and dig back into their database of clients. It comes to them, and it's working quite well that way. And it's not just any one particular industry. My background is mortgage financing. Yeah, mortgage financing. I've been doing it for over 40 years. Mm, Anyway, I've been doing it for a long time. And um, our past clients are there. They're just not really moving, they're not active. And quite often I learned that they actually forget to go back to that original person. Like in Canada, we have mortgage renewals and mortgage refinancing and stuff. And I found that past clients think that I'm transactional. So they're not going to come back to me automatically. So what this does is it says, hey, Julia, your mortgage is coming up for renewal. How about we sit down and discuss it? What are your plans? What are your things you want to do in your future to then plan for that renewal that's coming up? And I take that and bring you back into the fold of the owner and set up an appointment with them. And it gives them business, more business. So their business now can grow. But I deal with realtors, financial planners, insurance. I actually have a couple of clients that are web developers. And with that, they've said to me, can you go back to my past clients, my past customers are actually, or yeah, clients, and see how they feel about their websites? Is it working for them? Do they want to change? Do they want to update? Do they want to grow? Maybe they want to put content in it or social media stuff. So there's a lot of things that we don't think about on a day-to-day basis when we're in our working world. And what that does is says, oh yeah, you know what? I need to do this and I need to do that. So now I set up an appointment with the developer and brings it back and they can start doing new business with them.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, I had to go. I have people coming in doing something to my balcony 'cause I live in a building and today's the day. So I want to get Scott going so that I'm not when I have to move around with them. So, ladies, thank you so much for joining. Julie, I know you have a crazy day, so good luck with your event tonight. And Rosemary, thank you for joining. You're probably going to join me and stay with me for a bit. Scott,
Hoping to hear Scott. May I stay on for Scott?
you could stay as long as you like. I just know that you have to go. So I do want to spotlight. Hopefully, oh no, why doesn't it let me do this? Oh, here it is. Okay, they're here. Come on in. I can't do this. Scott, if you will start talking, it'll help. Hopefully.
I will start talking then. Uh, Always a fabulous opportunity to be able to share. And so when Marianne asked about um, the opportunity to share, I said, "This is right in my wheelhouse because I am living this every day." And so today we're going to talk about how to live longer, stronger, and more on purpose. And the first thought is really we can't control our birthday. That happened whenever it happened, and we were not in control of that. But what we are in control of, how we age and what we do going forward. So getting old doesn't have to mean falling apart. In fact, Marianne's heard me say it many times. Some of us who become more mature, that's code word for older. See, I don't even use the words. Uh, Aging backwards is really intentionally reversing any kind of decline and replacing it with growth. So, we're going to talk about a lot of those things. And we're in a time where we now know how the body works, how the brain works, how human potential and personal development can work to help us not age. Again, I'm not pretending to be 25 again. Uh, because I'd have to change a lot of stuff. You know, instead, it's really about being stronger, more joyful, and more purposeful for the rest of my life. Now, what's interesting for me is my birthday was back in March. The day after, I was watching my 75-pound black standard poodle have the zoomies in the backyard. He was running around like an absolute nutball. And he was in just such joy and having so much fun. And there I am standing all by myself, nobody around me. And out loud, all of a sudden, I said, "Isn't it amazing you're going to accomplish more the rest of your life than what you've accomplished to this point in your life?" Wow. Did you say that to you? Holy cow. Who are you talking to? I guess you're talking to you. Well, hell, if I'm going to do that, then I better take better shape, a better condition. I mean, I better take better care of myself. And I said, that's it. From this point forward, I'm going to get younger, thinner, and better looking. And I committed that. And I started telling everybody that. And it's amazing what has happened since. And so I'll share that as we go along. So, really, it's a mind shift. It's a mindset shift from I'm getting old to I'm getting ready. Because if I'm going to accomplish more things the rest of my life, I need to be ready to do that. Now, again, I'm not going to go through the things I've accomplished, but I've accomplished some pretty cool things to this point. And so it's, you know, the old script was, as you age, your body breaks down. Well, part of that is true. I've had 2 hip replacements and a near-death experience. Okay, I've gone through some stuff. Memory loss is inevitable. Not true. Uh, Not when you use it. It's not. Pain is normal. At some point, you just got to get accustomed to it. No, you don't. Retirement is, when you coast, you've hit the finish line. Why would you do that? Why would you take all the expertise and everything that you've learned at this point in your life and then hold it for yourself? Seems a little selfish to me, when we can spread it. Where our new reality is understanding however we were born. We can't change our DNA or our genes, but what we can change is the things that allow us to age gracefully and actually with expectation and excitement. You know, our environment, our beliefs. You know, Thomas Edison, or Henry Ford said it in 1939. Think you can, think you can't. You're right either way. Well, that's kind of the same thing about aging. Think you can be vital and effervescent and joyful. You can be. Decision. Or you want to be a curmudgeon and grumpy? Well, you can be that too. But why would you want to do that, right? It's what we do with our relationships, with our nutrition, with movement, with stress, with our mindset. See, I'm not here to coast. I'm here to contribute. My body, my brain, my spirits are all assets to protect, not to trash. They're not trash cans full of abuse. They're lessons that have been learned to get to this point. So again, a big part of this is how do we plan to stay going forward? I know this is one of the fun questions. I've been blessed to speak in the holistic discipline for probably 25 years on and off. And one of the questions I always ask from stage, by a show of hands, how many of you plan on staying in your body the rest of your life? And I do it purposely because it's a state change. It's oh my goodness. See, you only get one body. You get one brain, you get one nervous system, you get one heart, you get one body to wrap it all together. It's a temple, not a trash can. Why do we treat it like that so often? Right? So again, the body wants to do the things you want it to do if you simply give it a chance, if you nourish it, if you do the different things. And again, we'll get into all that. Most issues, weight, fatigue, brain fog, joint pain, poor sleep are acquired attributes. But here's the good news. They're all reversible. And I know, especially when we talk in the holistic disciplines, we have to get away from that dreaded four-letter word, cure. Guess what? There are cures out there. The reason that they want you to stay away from it is because there's no money in the cure. There's money in the treatment. Follow the money. It's not too hard to say. Oops, did I say that out loud? That was supposed to be my inside voice. Sorry, that slipped out. Um, the body wants to heal. You just got to give it the chance to do it. The goal isn't losing weight for me. The goal is right sizing. See, we're born to be at equilibrium. We're born to be the perfect height, the perfect weight, the perfect everything. If we're not, it's because of the different things. It's physical, chemical, and emotional stress that we've added to the situation. Well, physical stress is eating. I mean, I was 27 pounds at 6 months old. I was 41 pounds at 1 year old. I was 92 pounds in first grade. No, I did not get fed by a slingshot. The fact is, some of those were some pretty bad choices, right? So my mission is to share messages from experience. I don't teach anything I haven't done myself. I don't talk about products. I don't use myself. I don't do anything because it's so inauthentic and incongruent if you don't do the things yourself, in my opinion. And by the way, if you got a big mission on the planet, which I do, to positively impact 1 billion or more lives on the planet, how can you do that if you're dead? It's really hard. You've got to be alive. You got to be wanting to do it. So, we live in a world, unfortunately, of sick care versus proactive wellness. And what we tend to do is we wait until it hurts bad, until it's caused enough pain, and then we treat it. Now, again, there's no judgment on my part as I say this. I've done it too. How do I know this to be true? When I had my first hip replaced, the doctor said, "How are you even functioning?" He said, "I only got two questions for you. You only got half a femur head on your left femur. The first point is, how did it get that way? And the second is, where the hell is it? It's gone. You're so bone on bone." He goes, I have no clue how you're waiting for this. And I said, what was my choice but to live through it? See, that was a mindset that I had adopted because of the pandemic where we all got locked down. I had some stinking thinking. I had some point where all of a sudden I had some of those things too. And, you know, there's so many chronic conditions today. They don't have to be here. And so we can listen to the naysayers. Oh, there's no way of getting out of that. Or we can do something about it. You're going to pay a price either way. So again, when you're proactive, you go, how do I avoid becoming a statistic? How do I focus on prevention, early action, daily habits that build my vitality, right? How do I do the things that have been proven over time to extend people's lives? I mean, there are places on the planet where the age is significantly higher than other places on the planet. At some point, they call that a clue. Somebody is doing something right. Somebody is doing something less than right, from that. So again, one of the things that I've always suggested is that we become informed consumers. You know, you don't have to accept pain and disability and all those things. So where do you find out about it? Well, there's plenty of information. First of all, you start to consume information, but become an informed consumer. And then you ask questions. When you go to your doctor, hopefully your doctor has got a lot of great answers, but you become CEO of your own life. You kind of understand. And then the other thing is, well, in business, you have a board of directors, You have experts in various categories. Well, how about a board of directors for your health? How about somebody who knows holistic practices? How about a chiropractor, a massage therapist, a acupuncturist, a nutritionist, whatever? They've taken the time to understand this. How many people surround themselves with a health board of directors? Not many that I know, right? You've got to have that. And then you've got to understand that ultimately you don't age backwards by yourself. There's got to be inspirations. You age backwards in a community. You surround yourself. I happen to be in a great friends community, Seafood's Mind and Body. And he's an excellent teacher, and we get excellent information, and we've got weekly calls where we actually talk about various things, and we hold each other accountable. And what did we do right? What did we do less than right? How would we modify those things, right? So again, it becomes the power of community, the power of your environment. Who you become is the 5 closest people to who you are. Now, this is financially, this is personally, this is professionally, this is all this. I know that when I wanted to become a full-blown, full-time professional speaker, I hung around with the best of the best. And gosh, I've done over 3,000 live events. That must be by accident, right? I mean, it happened because I put myself in the circles. Now you can be your health is the same way. You can be around those people who are always tired. They're always complaining. Oh, well, oh, oh, my tooth hurts. Oh, my ear hurts. Oh, my hair hurts. It's like, come on. They're always medicating. They're not changing. Or you can choose to be around people who are working on their health, talking about purpose, talking about legacy, contribution. I mean, my mission statement hasn't changed from when I first wrote it 25 years ago to create a community of 1 million or more, maximizing them personally, professionally, spiritually, and financially, to create enough influence to cause over $100 million in charitable giving, and to positively impact 1 billion or more lives on the planet. Hasn't changed. Now, I've accomplished parts of it, not all of it, quite frankly, not enough of it. I got a lot of work to do. And so if I'm going to do that, I've got to be vital. I've got to be in a place where I see things differently. So when I made the decision back in March that that's it, from this point forward, I'm getting younger, thinner, and better looking, I changed how I eat. I changed a lot of different things. I modified my nutritional input. I did a lot of different things. And what you don't know, if you're seeing me for the first time, is back then I had a goatee. And everybody said, "You look so stately. The wisdom that's coming from you." Well, it was gray. And so I said to my wife, I'm going to become younger, thinner, and better looking. She said, "You can start by shaving that crap off." And I did. Novel concept. Now, here's the other part. Since March, I've lost 25 pounds. Now, I'm not crushing myself to do it. I'm doing it consistently because I've modified what I put in my mouth. Novel concept. This is not a duct tape diet. You don't just, you know, tape over your face. You simply learn and modify different things. And it's interesting, the first 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, they're not great. Once you're past it, you're awesome. And guess what? Is that short period of time worth extending the rest of your mission? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? So that's why when Marianne said, "Hey, we're going to do an event called Aging Backwards," I said, "I'm in. I'm playing that game right now. I'm doing those things." So again, what do? You either create a community or you join a community where people actually care about this, that can support your goals. You choose mentors who model what you want at your age and beyond. One of the things that Seafood talks about every day is he said, "You're all invited to my 100th birthday party." Well, again, what do we talk about? We're driving people forward, and we limit the voices that are on the less than positive side. Notice I don't even say that other word. I say positive and less than positive. These are all mindset things. That's the stuff I teach day in and day out, but I don't just teach it, I also do it. You can't you can't run a 30-year-old engine on a 60-year-old maintenance plan. It doesn't work. You've got to expect peak performance. You've got to do things, nutritional support. Um, it's strategic. It's not random. I've gone to a l- I was taking a fist full of nutritional pills. Name it, I was taking it. But then I started reading closer. And unfortunately, I read an article that this one multi-purpose vitamin is found more often in septic tanks than any place else. Excuse me? You got it where? Yeah, it just flushed through the system. It flushed through the body and was never broken down in the body. Well, how can you get nutrition if it doesn't come out? So I went to liquid vitamins. I went to liquid joint support. I went to things that the absorption rates are much higher. We gotta understand that inflammation is the thing that causes the vast majority of illness and pain and all those different things. And if we're sore and tired, we don't think well. If we don't think well, then we can't participate in other things. So again, it's the hip bone's connected to the leg bone, which is connected. Yeah, all that stuff's really true. The only question, and you heard it as a kid, the question is, have you done anything about it? And all of a sudden you just stop, get out of your ego, edging God out, right? Get out of edging God out and just listen and say, gosh, if we did this, I could have more energy. I could think clearer. So again, I got very intentional. I wasn't guessing at stuff. I started to look at sound science that, how could I make simple routines up? I am a creature of habit. Hmm. The vast majority of successful entrepreneurs are the exact same. They do the exact same day in, day out. I was speaking early today. See, normally my workout time is 7 to 9 Central Time. Well, I would have been late for me. I couldn't have been able to hear me if I had worked out until 9 o'clock. So I went from 6 to 8, which is why I was here. The workout's already in. In other words, the routine didn't change, just the time did. And so again, you go through that. You've got to understand how the body works, and you've got to make an investment mindset, because the reality is you're going to pay either way. Now, let me tell you what's happened over this losing 25 pounds and you know, upping my health game and doing all these things. We're spending less on groceries. Isn't that wild? Replacement spending. The money we were spending on junk is now going to nutritional stuff, and we're actually, using it to maybe go out and have an excellent meal at a place and do things. So again, it's actually become better as you go along, which is way cool, quite frankly. You're going to work on prevention, and you're going to perform now, or you're going to work on repair, prescriptions, and losing experiences later. And the reality is, at some point, hopefully this clicks in for you. Now, I said I'm not 25, nor am I trying to be 25. Most of this stuff was around back then. I could have thought about this earlier. I thought about it when it was perfect. See, I found the equation to total peace after my near-death experience. It's a math problem. God's plan and timing is perfect. Plus, all things work together for my good equals total peace. See, I learned that I wanted to be in joy. I wanted to be in peace. I didn't want to have turmoil. I didn't want to have all this crud in my life. I wanted to go for a long time with as much vigor and excitement and fun as I can. Guess what happened? I became a knucklehead again. See, at one point in my life, in my career, I was a knucklehead. I just had fun, which is what helped me be successful in a lot of ways. But then, of course, I got successful and I got serious and I got whatever, which is okay too. But having fun is good. It being a knucklehead is it, it's fun. It pays, right? So again, we all get 24 hours in a day. It's how you use them that dictates your age. You know, when I wake up in the morning, I go to the gym. Sometimes I wake up at 5. Sometimes I wake up at 7. I go to the gym. Whenever I wake up, I go. It's the routine. It's those things. Stop moving from I'm in the middle of something. I used to my wife would come up and say, "Hey, do you have time to walk Wilson, our 75 on Black Standard Pool?" I go, I'm in the middle of something. I got all these calls. I got, my schedule's well, whatever. Now the answer is absolutely. Let's go to the park. Let's see him run around. It's a mental change. There's more peace. There's more joy. There's better relationships. There's more productivity. I'm more productive because when I work really hard, but I don't work just to work. I used to work just to work. Anybody ever do that? Right? Again, what are the daily priorities? Move your body. It doesn't have to be extreme. It just has to happen. If you're not moving, there's a problem. And that's what I have found. It gets if you're not moving, it's not comfortable. And then things tighten up. And when they tighten up, they don't loosen up very easily. So again, it's all parts of that. Um, Nurture life-giving relationships. Find some great friends. And Dr. Fred and I we've had some great talks. Just, get around people who have desires to add to your life, not to suck the life out of you. I mean, none of us have enough time to have that. So get around people that do it. Contribute meaningfully to others. I'm a huge advocate of Zig Ziglar, and you can have everything in life you want when you simply help enough other people get what they want. It's about adding to people. The reality is your mind is like a glass of water. You get that less than positive stuff and you pour it in, and all of a sudden the water is cloudy. Well, that's the way your mind is. You get around people who are trash talking and sarcastic and beating people down and doing all sorts of stuff, and your mind gets cloudy. Intentionally pour positive stuff, truthful stuff. It makes it clear again. See, even if your mind gets cloudy, if the glass of water gets cloudy because you poured something in, it's a great example. I use it in seminar in live settings. Take a glass of water, clean, pour some dark cola into it. It gets cloudy. Take a pitcher of water and pour it into the glass, and eventually the cloudy is gone again, and it's all clean again. You just got to keep on putting things in. You got to guard against all those who are saying there, "Oh, you're past your prime. It's all downhill after 50." You overwhelm all that with stories of positivity. Holy crap. Um, Colonel Sanders created and launched Kentucky Fried Chicken when he was 66. How dare he do such a thing? There's so many different examples of people who've been greatly successful. You got to get those uplifting voices coming in. And again, this is across all areas of your life. So we all have those options to grow and build things. I love the fact that you guys are starting new businesses. You know, uh, I'm always looking for opportunities. I had a call with one of our CLA members yesterday, And all of a sudden he says, I think we need to do some things together. And I said, you know what? I think you're right. I think we should do those. Why cut off opportunity? You've taken all this time, you had all these lessons across your life. Doesn't it make sense to utilize those lessons for good? And by the way, as you're utilizing those lessons for good, what tends to happen is all of a sudden you're more joyful. You have more things going on. You feel great. The goal is really to design a life where you don't have to work endlessly to survive. You work because I do what I do because I love it. I have one-on-one coaching clients. I absolutely love it. Guess what? They're having great effect. That just inspires me to do more. I trained an international network marketing team the other day. They were like, oh my God, we've never heard information like this. I said, I've been talking about this for like 40 plus years. This ain't new, but it was new to them. But you understand what it did? It helps me get my purpose driven side going when I can do this. You got to have flexibility. So you got to rest, travel, be with those who you love to be with, do all sorts of different things that are working for you. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into this. And again, hard to believe I got 20 pounds of material in a 5-pound time slot. So I'm going to jump ahead to a couple uh, quick things to really that will really help you. Number one, decide out loud. Remember when I said, isn't it amazing I'm going to accomplish more the rest of my life than what I've accomplished to this point in my life? I said that out loud to myself. I locked it into my head, which then gave me well, then I got to get younger, thinner, and better looking in order to accomplish that. Because I'm talking to me, it set it out. I'm committed to aging backwards with more energy, more clarity, more contribution, more joy. Become a bastion of more, whatever that means for you. Audit your inputs. Second, swap one food daily. You know, get rid of the empty calories for nourishing calories, or just get rid of it completely. It's amazing. I eat so much less than I ever used to. And I've also said when people say, "Hey, you want to go to lunch?" Absolutely. You don't get to be my size without eating. I said that for a long time in my life. And I still say it. I'm just a different size now, right? Move every day. What does that mean? Walk, stretch, take stairs, interrupt sitting disease. Set a clock next to your desk and so that you get up every period of time. Walk around the house, come back to the desk, start again. My calendar sets 45-minute calls. Why aren't they a half hour or an hour? Well, if they're a half hour, somebody bumps up against the next half hour. If they're an hour, somebody bumps up against the next hour. If they're 45 minutes and we end at 45 minutes, guess what it gives me? 15 minutes of buffer time. Now, I can go longer if I want. I can go shorter, but now it allows me. My calendar doesn't control my lack of movement. I control it. Sleep on purpose. You know what? Naps are cool. I don't take many of them, but if I need one, or if I happen to fall asleep, I'm good with it. I don't press it anymore. It's like my wife we'll be watching TV or something, and I'll kind of doze off every once in a while, and she'll go, "Why don't you just go to sleep?" I go, "Well, that's a good idea." I'm not watching it anyway, so I don't fight it anymore, right? Seek support, not perfection. You're going to hear a whole bunch of really solid talks today that will help you in this aging backwards idea. Hopefully, some of the things I've shared are valuable. I know some of the things that other people are going to share are going to be tremendously valuable. So understand where the communities are. You're here because of Marianne, and she's a great person to be around in this whole topic and everything that's going on. And clarify your why. Who needs you at your best? I mean, who's counting on you? We got 8.5 billion people on the planet. I'm pretty sure they all figured out how to make more. That part's not going to change. We're going to have a lot more people to talk to. So there are a lot of people who need your expertise. They need everything that you know. Understand, you are needed. You're not here by accident today, whether you're watching this live or you catch a replay. Your story, your skills, your heart are all gifts that somebody else absolutely needs, but more importantly, they're waiting. You need to be there. Aging backwards is not about vanity. It's about responsibility to your calling. I've been called to touch a tremendous number of people on the planet positively. You can't do that if you're not vital. It doesn't work. Design your days so that you know where you're going and what you're doing. You'll think more clearly. You'll move better. You'll love deeper. You'll contribute more. The bottom line is the world needs you and everything you've experienced to this point. Do everybody a favor. Give them to them. Make sure that you're here for them. And if I can ever do anything to be of service to you, please reach out. I don't hide with them. My email is scott@scottschilling.com. Use it. Can't control whether you use it. I can only control whether I offer it. So there's my offer. With that, I'll just say, have a fabulous day. Thank you, Marianne, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Scott, for this. And thank you for the little emergency I had going on here. This is the beauty of virtual anything really that we do. I didn't get a chance to really introduce Scott properly. Not that I do bios anymore because I find them a little boring, but Scott is one of my favorite people. He is one of my favorite speakers. This is not the first time he's been on here, and it most definitely will not be the last time. He is a professional, amazing, epic keynote speaker. And if you want to hire someone, Scott's your man. That's for sure. He is a sales guru, and he is not only in the devotional group that we're together, we're also together in the CLA. And my next three speakers are all also from the CLA, including the founder and CEO who is on in a half an hour. But thank you so much, Scott, for everything. I agree with everything you said. I think you're amazing. And yeah, let's all keep on aging backwards, right?
I appreciate it. Thanks, all.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day. Feel free to hang out with us for as long as you like. So, my next guest is a new friend to me, and it is Dr. Fred. And he is so just, you know what? He's amazing. So, I know amazing is such a classic word, but he's a classic guy and he is so wonderful. So, listen up, turn off everything, and make sure you listen to him. And then I believe right after him is Jose, who is the CEO and founder of the CLA, the CLA meeting, uh, Connected Leaders Academy. So it's a big, gigantic, amazing group that we all belong to. It's a networking group, and it's just full of some very high end, outstanding people, really. So with that, I'm going to stay quiet and introduce you to Dr. Fred. Take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Marianne. And thank you, Scott, for such a wonderful lead. And thank you for these warm words of welcome. It is just such an honor to have the space in between two of these icons, literal icons in the world of Connected Leaders Academy. We have Scott in front of me. It's like, sort of buffing the zone and creating a space for me to show up in my real self. And then we got the man, Jose, after me. So it's quite a little sandwich that I find myself in between. And I'm just deeply honored to be on a stage or in, the whole idea of as I grow up, as I somehow get older, as day by day comes and the number that sits with my age seems to expand, I find myself getting younger. And this is what I'm here to speak with. I literally don't have the idea that I'm headed towards some sort of deterioration at all. I have myself accumulating into something perhaps called wisdom, something that actually lands me on the space of having learned that I have nothing more to learn, having learned that there's nothing more I need to accumulate. That's all that's really here is having lived a life up until now. And I have indeed lived quite a life up until now. offers me the opportunity to be speaking. Like that, the whole notion that I would speak in front of a room, or that someone would actually want me, or dare I say, hire me to speak in front of a room because I have something to say in such a way to move a room forward, is a relatively absurd and preposterous concept in leading up to today. But I love having this space. I do believe that ultimately, when I do share whatever my stories are, I can make a difference, and that this is increasing as I grow older. This is becoming more expanded as I grow older. I'm not becoming less vital. I'm actually becoming more vital, more articulate, and more in tune with the story that has brought me up until now, as well as the direction I'm headed to going forward. So today, when contemplating this idea of aging backwards, it's such an interesting idea. It seems like there's an implied assumption that aging forward means deterioration. It doesn't. It means, like, or devitalization. It isn't that. So maybe the idea here is to simply redefine what are we talking about when we say the word aging. That aging in our programming has led us to believe that we start losing things, that we start losing our memory, losing our capacity, losing our vitality. And maybe that is not true at all. So I'm Dr. Fred. I'm a psychiatrist, and I've been a psychiatrist for 37 years, and I've been in the mental health field for another 9 years before that. So 46 years is given me the opportunity. And in that process, a lot of times I have been assigned to work with the geriatric population until I became one of them. Like, I am them. That's me. I am them. I am old enough. I meet every criteria to be a geriatric population. And that doesn't mean that I'm less vital. And I have a few stories I want to share today about my experience that might bring home a point or two as you or whoever's listening with you comes to grips with the idea of what does aging forward really mean anyways? And what is the whole idea? What is the definition that we're applying here? And are we sure we know what we're talking about when we say that natural aging leads to natural deterioration? So I'm going to tell you about a dementia ward in Cleveland that I had the opportunity to work with in 2011. I was working all around the country as a traveling physician, and one of the spaces that I was hired at was in Southwest Cleveland at Southwest General Hospital at the geriatric unit. And on that geriatric unit, I was so-called the attending physician, meaning that as hired, I became responsible for or accountable for each and every person that was on that unit. I believe it was 16 people that were allowed to be on the unit, and we always had somewhere between 12 and 16. The idea was, as I arrived there, it was what I would now call a typical geriatric unit. There were people on the unit who were, shuffling around, falling asleep inside of their soup, screaming during the nighttime, scratching and biting and hitting at the staff, forgetting their children. A geriatric unit. That's what that is. I knew that when I came in, but by that time, as you can see with the book that I just wrote, by the way, that was just released yesterday on Amazon, it's over my shoulder here. This is Welcome to Humanity, a psychiatrist's memoir and case against the mental health system. And then sort of this idea, one of the running ideas here is that there may be nothing wrong with you and may never have been. You can get the book with that QR code right there. And you can also talk to my little agent up in the top right, David. Or you can set up a conversation with me later about anything and everything that's going on in your life. I really am here in some ways modeling Scott, who models Zig. The idea of being able to listen and being able to contribute is so important. It's all that I have left to do in my life. And I'm eager to speak with anybody about whatever's on your mind, anything I trigger, or anything you wonder about that I can be of any assistance. So back to the dementia unit, they were averaging somewhere between 7 and 12 medications that we were taking each and every day. They sat in their wheelchairs. They drooled. There was almost no warmth on the unit. This was not a human unit. I already told you what it looked like. It smelled like poop. It smelled like pee. There was food all over. It was almost dangerous, but it was certainly not in the communicative realm. It was something about maybe almost like a like a animal shelter, almost like a dog pound. We got these peeps that we got to take care of to make sure they get a can of food every day and that they're walked to the bathroom because we don't want them to pee on our floor. So that's how it got dealt with. And actually that was seen as natural. That was seen as conventional. That was seen as expected. By this time in my career, though, that wasn't okay with me to be seeing that as natural. So as I came onto the unit in Cleveland, I really do have very warm memories of my experience there, which lasted 12 months. There was these people and they had like this handful of medications every morning. And I was like, already knew that medications maybe weren't as forward minded or forward producing as they're often marketed to be. So after about 3 months of watching this, I decided to do something that, at least retrospectively, is radical. And that was, now that I had the helm, I would start taking people off medicine that they didn't need, which was most of it. And so little by little and carefully, and certainly taking into consideration all concerns, I started taking these people off of their medicine. And lo and behold, just like anyone else that I've ever worked with in this area, they got better. Imagine that. They got way better. Like they got so much better that they were unrecognizable. All of a sudden, Mary recognized her daughter. All of a sudden, Bill rekindled his poetry love. All of a sudden, Bill and Clara were actually falling in love on the dementia floor and showing us what it means to be in love. And part of that book that I've written speaks to my experience in Cleveland. So I do invite you to take a look at that. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the book. I'm going to read some excerpts directly from the book that I just wrote. And here we go. The patients were averaging 7 to 12 medications per day. They were in wheelchairs, many of them, agitated, defiant the way people become defiant when they are confused and frightened and have lost the thread of where they are and why. Some drooled. Some had that blank, flattened effect of people who have been so thoroughly chemically managed that whatever personality had once inhabited the face was no longer visible there. There was almost no warmth on that unit when I arrived, almost none of what I would recognize as human contact. I will call her Mary. Mary had not recognized her daughter in some time. Her daughter came to visit. She would sit with her mother and talk, and her mother would look at her with the polite blankness of someone engaging with a true stranger. After the medications began to clear, well, so did Mary. And Mary began to recognize her daughter. I wasn't in the room when it happened, but every time I tell the story, including right now, tears well up because it was so beautiful. I heard about it afterwards, the way you hear about things on a unit, through the electricity that moves through staff when something unexpected and good has occurred. The daughter had come for a regular visit, and Mary had looked at her and finally known her. And however long it had been, weeks, months, or longer, she had looked at her daughter's face, found the name that went with it, and said it out loud. Extraordinary. I will call him Bill. Bill began writing poetry. I don't know where it came from. I don't know whether it was something he had done earlier in his life or something that simply emerged when the chemical fog lifted and his mind found himself with room to move around with. But he was writing, actually words on paper, his own words, reaching for things. That is not a small thing for a man on a geriatric psychiatric unit. That is a man reclaiming the part of himself that makes meaning. Bill and a woman I'll call Clara, well, they fell in love. I say that plainly because it deserves to be said just like that. Two elderly people on a dementia ward, both of them emerging from their medicated haze that had been their daily existence, found each other and literally fell in love. So after 6 months, people started coming to visit the unit. Now, these are other staff in the hospital and other family members, and what they found was not what they expected. These patients were playing beach ball volleyball in the common day room. They were not sitting in their wheelchairs staring at the wall. They were playing, they were competing, they were laughing when someone made a good shot. On Trivial Pursuit nights, they were winning, not being humored, not being allowed to win, actually winning, retrieving facts from memories that the medications had been suppressing and not destroying. You see, sedation has its cost, and the cost is not a side effect, it's an entire effect applied to the part of a person that makes them a person. Mary's daughter got her mother back. Bill's poems were still on the bedside table, and Clara and Bill were still finding each other each and every morning. Now, when we look at this, let's just say, what is aging? Let's take on what is aging. The whole assumption I want to put up for grabs today is that aging moves towards deterioration. What if that's just one of our stories? What if what we call deterioration is something sometimes just a simple chemical fog? And what if aging backwards is just what happens when you lift the fog? This is a conceptual heart of this talk. This is what I really want to put forth. And I'm push show you people like, oh, what did you do? How did they get their life? What? You didn't just stop their medicine. Well, in fact, that is sort of all I did. But then in that process, developed or compiled some techniques that I now use no matter what age you are. You see, there isn't a point where I started aging. I started aging when I arrived. I have been aging since, and it doesn't in any way mean that I started losing my faculties. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you hear my point. So I'm going to show you some of these methods that I have put together, none of which, by the way, did I design or create. Let's see what I have here.
I did make you co-host if you want to share.
Yeah, thank you so much. I see that. One second, please. I'm sorry, one second. As I used to say on Saturday Night Live, you can talk amongst yourself.
All really good. All kinds of wonderful things. I had people coming into my unit today from my building. So when you do virtual, we got to get used to all this, right? This is what makes it more authentic. Oh, and there we go.
So there's a little acronym that I developed called RESET, and it seems to fit nicely. And these are things that we can use at all ages. You don't have to be qualified as a geriatric person to pick up on these and work forward. So in RESET, this is sort of a way that's an opportunity that's managed to us each and every moment. RESET stands for release, examine, surrender, embody, and transform. Without going too deep, release, let go of the story that something is wrong with you. Examine, look honestly at what you have actually been carrying, not what you think you've been carrying. Surrender, stop fighting what is so. It's just what's so. And there's what's so and everything else. Embody, move from your head into your body. Like, actually incorporate your head and your heart and your body when dealing with life. Again, I'm not saying anything that's that monumental. There's nothing here that you haven't heard. But have you been implementing it? It's always available. What becomes possible when you stop believing that you were broken? What part of you, what part of Bill, what part of Mary can you relate to? In this process, I also have corrected or compiled something called the Moss method. It's an affectionate name for a list of 20 things that, again, I certainly wasn't around when they got developed. It's just things that I have heard or things that I have learned that have been over the years, over the millennia, help the human race re-optimize, revitalize, reground, reorient, and recontextualize what it means to be a person who's growing each and every day. Gratitude, having gratitude each and every day might be the most powerful of these 20. The idea of going out into the morning sky, of meditating and contemplating, of conscious breathing. There are types, there's box breathing, there's Wim Hof breathing. All these things where we become aware of our breathing, the thing that separates us from life and death, the thing that actually creates the possibility of moving forward. Yoga and Tai Chi and other, non-combative martial arts are very, very fascinating in helping us ground and reorient ourselves. I take cold showers every morning, including this morning. It's early here, and I don't get up any mornings without having a cold shower. I find that to be remarkably revitalizing. And over the millennia, that there's been comments to that section. There's been philosophies that have expounded from that. Taking nature walks, authentic conversations with the people that you love and the people in community. Creativity, very, very important. And you'll see on the next slide. Journaling, writing, and then reading, and then pampering ourselves like we're the king or queen of royalty that we really are each and every day for ourselves and our family and others. How about pets? What about pets? The unconditional love that comes to and from pets is so extraordinary, it's not to be missed in this lifetime. I have these 3 cats up here. Oh my God, these are just my homeschool teachers. I admire these cats each and every day as they show me how to chill. Like, nobody chills like a cat. I wish for 1 second I could chill as well as probably all 3 of my cats are doing right this very moment. Then we have service, being available, helping anybody do anything. Then we have spirituality, and whatever that is for you, creating a relationship with a higher power, watching what we put into our body, organic food, organic, plant-based or organic natural foods without the chemicals, without the additives. Drinking lots of water, same thing, without chemicals and additives if you can be avoided. Isn't that sad that I have to say if it can be avoided? And sleep hygiene, watching, did we sleep enough? Are we actually, thank you, thank you, Scott, for recognizing that napping is royalty. Thank you so much. And then herbal teas, like there are medicinal teas that are out there that don't require anything close to a physician's prescription. And then getting out in community, like actually getting out there and having that work. When I put together 2, 3, 4 of these on any given day, I have a better day. There are some days, I suppose, where I've done close to 0. And there are other days where I've done 12, 13, or 14 of these, and each and every one expands on themselves exponentially. Here's a creative 8. This was my first book that I wrote. It talks about 8 things that when you do them, you can be fairly certain they're going to bring you a sense of vitality and livelihood that you can do at each and every age. Each and every age, there is no restriction to what you can do with these 8 things. Art, music, dancing, singing, cooking, writing, gardening, and drama are the 8. And then I've added a couple others, photography and cleaning. Now, what about this ace in the hole? The ace in the hole is service, helping anybody do anything. If none of this stuff is working and you're not up for it, what I invite you to do, instead of looking at yourself and all the things that might not be going as well as you had hoped, is to get out there and help anybody do anything. This is what is out there as a possibility. This tends to work no matter what your mood is, no matter what your context is, no matter what else is going on in your life. Okay. So the patients that I saw, would call them patients. They were clients, they were friends, they were colleagues, they were just people. That's who all my patients are, by the way. There's no power gradient between something I have that I need to give them that they don't have. There's something about sharing the space for their livelihood to thrive. So thriving in life is allowed at any age. and in any condition, with any type of pain or suffering, or any type of handicap, or any type of limitation that we might have on any given, usually transient limitations. So going back to the Cleveland ward, where I saw for my very self this idea of the trend towards deterioration being able to turn around right in front of my very eyes, like right in front of my very soul, I saw people reemerging from that dark space of being ineffective. And now they were effective. The patients were supposed to be declining. After all, they're on a geriatric psychiatric unit, right? That doesn't sound like a great place to live. And that's where they were living. And that's when they started winning in Trivial Pursuit. That's when they started playing beach ball, volleyball, because they wanted to each and every morning. That's when they started remembering their kids. That's when they started actually being able to eat instead of screaming and falling asleep in their soup. That's when they stopped having to scream in the evening and keep everyone else up and be dangerous to the staff. Because what really ended up happening is we started expecting and respecting them for who they really were, which were wise souls on the earth who have lived every single moment of their life up until now, bumbling, stumbling, tumbling, and fumbling through what it means to be a wise soul, reaching wisdom, not because they were intending to go there, but because life accumulated in that direction, and respecting them as such created a space for them to show up in their livelihood, in their reality, in their gifts. So what I like to say as we move forward is there really, 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 yeah, right behind here, like there really, really may be nothing wrong with you. And when we look back at it, like there may never have been. The idea that you might be carrying around some self-proclaimed notion that you're less than you used to be is a made-up story. That can be, you can take that off the plate now. You can put that in the garbage can now. This idea that ever you are less than what you used to be is not so. It's something that's been programmed in us. It's something that we sometimes find comfort in. Like, why did I lose my keys? Oh, it's a senior moment. Not at all. You lost your keys because you lost your keys. And it might have happened when you were 17 too. It doesn't mean deterioration. And there may have been nothing wrong with you, and there may never have been. Goes a long ways when dealing with myself in each and every morning. So the question I'd like to ask about aging is the same one I've been asking about mental health and mental illness for about 46 years. What if the story that we've been telling ourselves that we're aging towards deterioration is simply that? A story. That's all it is. One that can't be confirmed, one that isn't real, one that's not natural, one that doesn't require. Look, a car has obsolescence. We are not cars. Our tires aren't going flat naturally. We don't have to, we're not automobiles. And when we start looking at the fact that we are accumulating these experiences, energies, and wisdom, we can then continue to contribute, because each and every one of us as a social being finds contribution at the highest level. When we actually give to someone, moving ourselves out of the way, there is nothing more rewarding on the planet. I believe my friend Scott Schilling would speak to that. And there's no doubt that Jose Escobar and Marianne would also support that. That's what Connected Leadership Academy is really about. And that's what my life has become. And it's just an honor to have merged my life with CLA so that can be around wonderful people like Scott, like Marianne, like Jose, and like all the members of CLA that are such such just inspirations and aspirations for me. So it's been an honor and pleasure to share my story about Southwest General Hospital in Cleveland. 2011 was that day. And I got to remember today my experience with Bill. I got to remember the visions of seeing these dudes actually playing beach ball volleyball when I arrived in the morning, instead of screaming in their oatmeal. Like, it was so awesome to watch that happen, that when Marianne offered me the opportunity to speak to this crew, there was only one story that I knew I had to speak to, and that was my experiential my experiential experience. Sorry about that. My experiential past experience at Southwest General, when and right in front of my very eyes, what is often thought conventionally as being aging forward was turned around by removing the fog and allowing people to see a direction that they forgot they were headed to. And in that process, revitalizing and recreating relationships in ways that otherwise couldn't even be imagined. So thank you so much for giving me the stage. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this wonderful story. Thank you so much for the respect and honor of what it means to be CLA. And Marianne, thanks so much for dealing with all my crazy clumsiness over the last several days just to get into this group, including all the technicalities that we had. And here we are, and here we've done. And hope I met whatever criteria, what was here to be had. And thank you so much, Scott, for leading off, and for Jose, who, whether or not you know it, Jose, most of this talk is done because I know that you're watching that which I just said. There's something about the authority figure, not nonsense, if you will, that has me do my very best because you're right behind me. So thank you, everyone. Have a great and blessed day. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And we'll see you on the flip side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fred. That was absolutely amazing. And I love listening to all of you, you wonderful people. And you know what? I just counted. I think and I wanted to say this in front of Jose, but I'm not sure he's caught up on a call. He's coming any minute. And even if he's late, we'll just, if we have to swap. Oh, he says he'll be there in 1 minute. we'll, we'll swap Leslie, who's speaking in a bit later, and then Jim Britt. I have 9 people from CLA on this summit, and Lauren couldn't make it, so she is also in the CLA, and then Jim is a little bit later. And so thank you so much. That was outstanding. And yeah, you know what? We all have technical issues. It's the beauty of virtual. It was funny. I was having a conversation with someone the other day, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I had one of my speakers didn't show up." And I'm like, I have that every time I have one. I'm like, that's like almost a given that something happens. And today it's only 2. So it's not so terrible. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your wisdom. And yeah, it's really interesting because we actually have a product here that has actually helped people regain their memory. Now, I also use this product, which is from another company, Encino, and I've actually just joined them because they have a really very good product. It's super important to have an omega, and it's beautiful when you can bring someone's memory back. And 3 of these a day brought back a friend of mine's sister who had very advanced Alzheimer's already. And for 2 years, she wasn't able to recognize her own sister. She started taking 3 of these a day, and I think it was day 4 or day 5 where she came into her sister's house, and she goes, "Oh, hey, how are you?" And she actually recognized her. I mean, can you imagine the feeling behind that? Like that is, and of course you got emotional. I got emotional, and this is just a supplement. I mean, there's so many amazing things out there that people don't really know about. And in my world, to me, it's almost unfortunate that we have to call these our alternative methods when these have been around first. They've been around for thousands of years. These are all natural. And herbs and all these wonderful things have been around for thousands of years. And it's the other stuff that's brand new. So, anyways, with that, I want to thank you so much. Feel free to stay with us as long as you wish. Everyone, feel free to watch us. It's free. It's live streaming free on my Facebook. All you have to do is look for my name and hook me up. If you're having trouble, you can ask whatever speaker you know. And I see Jose has arrived. As soon as he comes on, I know he'll be ready. So Jose also is I want to talk about, we've been talking about the CLA all morning, Connected Leaders Academy. Jose is the CEO and founder, and I am a founding member. I have been with Jose since the very first month that he started this, which is what now, 4.5, 5 years, 6? I don't even know.
4 years and 7 months, going on 8.
There you go, everyone. 4 years and 7 months. We're almost at the 5 year. I can't wait. Jose's going to tell you all about whatever live events he has coming up and virtual events. And with that, I will pass the mic over to Jose Escobar, Also one of my favorite people.
Well, Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant, I've got to say, of course, truly honored as always. It's always an honor to be on anything that Marianne does because, again, her heart is one of service. Her heart is one of impact, right? And when I describe who I'm looking for in the Connected Leaders Academy, somebody who's crushing it in the business world, somebody who's influential, somebody who's already has the proof in the pudding. They're not testing things out in the marketplace. They already know what they're doing and do it well. They're experts in their field. They have a heart to serve. Their ego's intact, right? They understand there's more work to do. They all the things. Marianne very clearly exemplifies that at the highest level. So thank you, Marianne. Truly a pleasure and honor here. So I want to honor this time. I want to make sure that I cover as much ground as possible prior to the top of the hour so that you guys can walk away. Anybody who's here live or catching a replay, I want to pour into you. So Scott Schilling, great to see you. Love Scott. And of course, Leslie and Dr. Fred and all of the amazing winners. I saw the lineup of speakers here and I'm like, oh my gosh, talk about titans of industry on one summit, right? And the fact that anybody can access this right now free is like unheard of. So a lot of these people charge a lot of money to be seen, and a lot of these people collectively, you can sell these tickets, Marianne, for thousands of dollars. So the fact that you're adding value in this way is really top notch. So yeah, a couple of things. First of all, aging backwards. I believe that's the topic of today, unless I'm on the wrong summit. I'm just kidding. Aging backwards. So I think I showed up to the right one. So I'm excited because that is a topic that. Go ahead, Marianne. You were gonna say something? You're muted.
The youngest person here.
Oh,
Here. Yeah. I think he's
yes.
oh no, Benny, yes. I'm sorry.
So yeah, aging backwards is a meaningful topic because health and wellness is very important to me and to my life. And why is that important? Because I cannot run a successful business that I'm running right now if I am not healthy. I it's health is so important. I cannot be an amazing husband if I am not healthy. Right now, of course, you can be to some degree. Obviously, I'm not saying that you can't be if you're not healthy, but you get what I'm saying, right? In order for me to pour into my wife at the highest levels, I have to be in my best possible way of showing up every day, right? If I want to be a good dad with good energy and be able to run around with my kids and play with them and play basketball and go swimming in the pool and pick up my son who's 1 year old and run around with him on my back, like that requires me to be in a good place, health wise, right? So it's amazing how important health is when we don't have it. That's a pin drop right there, right? It's we have our health and I include myself in this. I'm not preaching from the pulpit here, right? I'm right there with all of you, right? Sometimes we forget about it. Sometimes we put it off to the side and we just kind of don't acknowledge our blessings that we're healthy and we're in a good place because we take it for granted, right? We are just like, oh, health is just part of life and this is normal and it is what it is. Well, it is what it is up until you're not healthy. All of a sudden, it's like, oh my goodness, how do I reverse the time? I wish I would have made better decisions. I wish I would have been more cognizant and more self aware. I wish someone would have told me. I wish I would have had backup money to now pay for this crazy fee that my insurance company is not going to cover. I wish I would have been more prepared instead of having a GoFundMe now to handle all of these medical expenses. If only I had a life insurance policy. And I can keep on going, right? Because these are the realities of life. And they're so real that I can tell you it's gotten to the point, Marianne, the host, and everybody who's watching, where I'm getting like at least once a month, in some cases, once every other week, people, you know, sending me things saying, can you support me for this or support me for that financially? Because there's a real need. There's a real need, right? And a lot of these inquiries are health related. That's why I bring it up. They're health related. I'm going through this crazy challenge and I could use some support and some help, right? And And I've been there too. I'm right there with you guys. I've been there too. So I understand the importance of health. I understand that we need to maintain this and we got to have it and we have to nurture it and we have to treat it seriously and we have to be proactive about it. Proactive is the key, right? Now, keep in mind, aging backwards isn't about trying to look younger. Okay. Let me just clarify that. Aging backwards isn't just about trying to look younger. I'm not talking about Botox or, what is this called? You know, um, I've seen all kinds of things. What is this called? Where they put like butt filler in, trying to look more robust and all the things, right? I've seen all kinds of crazy things that people do in the world, and that's okay, for each their own. Okay, I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying that aging backwards is not so much about looking younger. It's about making daily decisions that allow your body and your mind and your spirit to function younger. Right? That's what it's about. It's our mind, body, and spirit showing up day to day in a younger way. And that's what it's about, not so much appearance, because guess what? We all are going to get older, all of us. Nobody can escape it, right? So it's not so much the physical appearance as much as it is your ability to be fluid with your mind, your thoughts, your spirit, your joy factor, your intellect, and all the things, your energy, right? Energy is a big thing. Why? How am I going to scale a business based on the vision that I have if I don't have the energy to fulfill it? I got to have the energy. And energy is directly linked to what you're eating, how you sleep, and your physical movement, among other factors. Dr. Fred could probably tell you better. But I'm just going off of what I know, right? And you know what's crazy? It's a lot of this stuff is not that we don't know it. It's we just don't do the thing, right? You can go on YouTube these days. Now, keep in mind, let me be very clear when I say this, YouTube is like a high-tech bathroom stall. Anybody can put up anything and you're going to take it as reality and truth, right? So anybody can give you an opinion. Opinions are a dime a dozen, right? Because again, everybody has an opinion. Does it make it accurate? That's where the fine line is. And I'm not here to tell you who's right or who's wrong. I'm just telling you that the information is out there. If you want to age backwards, the information is readily available to you right now. It's not a lack of information, it's a lack of follow through. It's a lack of doing what you either already know or doing what is available to you and you're choosing to look the other way. Mm, 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 mm. Let me take a sip of my coffee on that one. Cheers, Marianne. I can tell you, I had a mentor of mine once tell me, he said, Jose, I would rather be ignorant than stupid. And I said, oof, ooh, what are you trying to say? What are you calling me? He's like, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying in general. He said, in general, if you don't know something, that's called ignorance. Being ignorant is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means you don't know that you don't know. But if you know and you choose not to do it, and it's the right thing for you, that's called stupid. and I said, oh man, oh, you're a little too raw for me. But yeah, so that's kind of the thing for me is we get so busy, we get so distracted. We have so many things on our to-do list, our never-ending growing to-do list that just never seems to disappear. And we have all these people who need things from us, family, friends, clients, acquaintances, you name it. We have responsibilities. We have dreams and goals that we're after. And we have all these things, bills that never end. And I can keep going. And we tend to prioritize all these things over our health. Notice how I said we, right? I'm not talking to you like I have a 8-pack and I feel like I'm 21. No, I'm 43 and I feel like I'm 43. My goal is to be 43 and feel like I'm at least 25. Okay? And I'm not there yet. I'm also working on this, right? And we're all working on something. Health and wellness may not be your strong suit. But can I tell you something? It can be. It absolutely can be. The question is, do you see the value in it? The question is, do you want it? bad enough. And some of us don't want it bad enough until there's no option where we need it or we are not available to our day-to-day activities, right? So what if aging isn't determined by how many birthdays you've had, right? And shout out to my wife's sister. It's her birthday as of yesterday, I think. So what if aging wasn't determined by the amount of birthdays, but by the habits that you repeat over and over and over? Habits like what? How about what you're eating? So I know Scott Schilling has been on a trajectory of tremendous weight loss, health and wellness. He shaved his face. He looks like a vibrant 22-year-old again. He's inspired me tremendously. I've seen him in the act of excellence. I have seen him, and guess what? A lot of us, when we observe other people, we don't see the behind the scenes of the struggles and the decision fatigue of the day to day. Do I do it? Do I not do it? Should I eat this or eat that? Should I go to the gym? Should I not go to the gym? Should I wake up at this time? Should I not wake up at this time? Should I go to bed now or do I lose more sleep and stay as a night owl? So we have decisions galore every single day. And you know what's crazy is a lot of the decisions start with the thoughts in our mind. And the thoughts in our mind are usually majority of the same thoughts as yesterday. And if your thoughts are not the right ones, ooh, you're doomed. So the way to fix that is quite simple. Change your thoughts. Because thoughts are things. Thoughts become things. As Napoleon Hill stated, everything in the world is created twice. First in the mind's eye, and then in the physical plane. So you have to adjust your thoughts so that your actions start to become different. And when your actions start to become different repeatedly, all of a sudden you form new behaviors. And new behaviors create habits. And habits over time, whether it's negative or positive, determine the outcome of where you end up. So I have seen, and I'm giving I'm giving Scott a major shot. There you go. That's a play of words. I'm giving Scott a major shot out because I have seen his transformation over the last few months. And the only reason why that's possible is because he's doing the work. He is showing up every day. He's not showing up here and there. He's not flirting with the idea of health and wellness. He is married to it. You can flirt, you can date, you can get engaged, which you still have a way out, or you can get married to the thing. And you still have a way out if you get married, but you get what I'm saying, right? So my point is that there is a difference between making a decision and being committed to the process. How many of you watching today are committed to your health and wellness? If you are not, and let me tell you something, and I want to be adamantly, unequivocally clear. If you are not committed to your health and wellness, it is okay. You can start today. You can start today to make better choices. You can start today to be more cognizant, to be more self-aware. You can be more accountable, effective today. The future you're after starts today. You can't go back in the past, and you certainly can't live in tomorrow. The only time you have is now. So the question is, what are you going to do about it? If you don't have a life insurance policy, you should have one. You should have a couple. And I'm not selling life insurance, but I'm just telling you because it's important. If you don't have a savings account, you should probably have one. If you are not positioned to be able to handle medical expenses in the event of surprise, in the event of a surprise, you should probably start thinking about that. There are policies out there, folks, that can cover things like disability, living too long, which is a challenge. Sometimes we run out of money because we live too long. Sometimes we live too short and we leave all the people behind that we love with no money. And then they have to come out of pocket to take care of what's left behind. So these are real things, folks. So going back to aging backwards, I was talking about Scott. I mean, that's powerful. So what kind of decisions am I talking about that I was referencing earlier? It's not the number of birthdays, but it's the habits, right? What habits? Going back to that, what are you eating? What is going in your mouth? Do you know who's in charge of that? Do you know who's in charge of the food that goes into your mouth? I am. I'm 43, folks. Nobody's giving me food on a spoon or a fork like I'm a 3-year-old. Actually, we stopped doing that at 2 years old. But I'm not a 2-year-old, not a 1-year-old. I'm an adult. And you know the powerful thing about adults is we make our own decisions. The not so good thing is that because we make our own decisions, we have the ability to make the wrong ones. So, do you have somebody who's holding you accountable? If you don't, you probably should. Accountability is huge. And again, the food that goes into your mouth is your choice. Make the right decisions, create the right habits, because what you put into your mouth, the food, the nutrients, is what nourishes your body so you can function at optimal levels. If you're tired, you're probably not eating right. If you're exhausted and depleted early in the day, you're probably not drinking correctly. If you are feeling cognitively impaired with just brain fatigue and fog, there's probably some nutritional things you could tweak. And Dr. Fred is doing this with his head up and down. I'm not a doctor, folks, but I can tell you some basic fundamental things that is out there readily available to all of us. Diet does matter. And I'm not talking about the fad diet where you're just trying to lose weight and then gain it all back. I'm talking about the lifestyle of what you're putting in your mouth. And for me, folks, this is a challenge. This is a challenge for me. Again, I'm not coming to you guys telling you, you need to do this because you're not doing this. And look at me and let me take my shirt off to show you my 8-pack. No, I'm telling you that we have the information. And if you want to age backwards, this is something that we must be aware of. And we have to tackle it every single day, whether you like it or not. What is discipline? Discipline is doing the same thing over and over and over, right? Or as they say, a better version of it, I'm going to give you the better version, is doing what you need to do, whether you feel like doing it or not, when you need to do it. Okay. I've heard all kinds of the definitions of discipline. I like that one the most. You have to be disciplined, folks, and nobody can be disciplined for you. That's an inside job, right? What else can you be doing? How about walking? Movement is important. Are you going out on walks in your neighborhood? Are you, after a meal, they say walking is really good for the digestive system. Walking, walking, walking. Who said you got to go run 10 miles and do a marathon? I didn't say that. It would be nice, but you don't have to. You can just walk every day. That doesn't take a lot of energy and effort. Just maybe create a habit. Maybe say, after dinner every single night, I'm going to go on a stroll in my neighborhood. And the stroll in your neighborhood over time as a habit might turn into a mile. And then it might turn into 2 miles. And then the habit of walking becomes simple. And then it's like, ooh, maybe I should jog a little bit in between my walk. And then the jog can turn into a run. And then the run might turn into a desire to do a half marathon. And so on and so forth. You get my point. But walking is so good for you, especially if you're somebody like me who sits at a desk all day. Right? You got to get up, you got to move, you got to be physically active, right? That's what we're talking about. And there's so many exciting ways to be physically active. There's bicycles these days, right? And they have all kinds of high level bikes. There's sports, tennis, golf. Golf is not very strenuous, but if you don't use a cart and you walk the 18 holes, that's a fantastic workout, right? There's this big sport nowadays that's better on your knees than tennis. What is that called? Pickleball. Right? Find ways to just be active. Walking is a simple one. How about book? How about reading a book every single day? In my personal home library, folks, I have thousands of books. Now, there's something called self-help and there's something called shelf help. Don't buy the books and just leave them on the shelf and collect dust. They're supposed to be read. Okay, they're supposed to be read. Read the books. Mental stimulation is a powerful thing. It keeps you young. It keeps your brain active. Just like you work out your body, you have to work out your mind, your intellect, right? You got to keep the juices flowing. You got to keep the neural pathways developing. You got to keep the vibrancy, learn a new instrument, learn a new language, brush your teeth with your left hand instead of your right, get out of your bed on the opposite side, walk backwards a little bit, right? There's all kinds of information out there today that is there to tell you how to stimulate your mind. And mental stimulation, making sure you're cognitively at your peak, at your best, is so important. Read books and read every day. I wrote a book called Winning the Day, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Morning Evening Routine Mastery. That book is all about high performance and productivity. I talk about a lot of these things in here, right? That's my secret sauce. How do you age backwards? Well, it's probably smart to have a morning routine and an evening routine, because self-love is self-care. If you love yourself, you got to pour into yourself. Just like I love my wife and I love my children, I can pour into them all day, but what about me? Do I just decay and empty my glass nonstop and stay on an empty glass? No, I gotta fill up my cup, because you cannot give what you don't have. If I don't love myself, I cannot love others. And if I don't love myself, that is a big problem, folks. That's a huge, huge problem. So I have to pour into me at the highest levels. And when can I possibly do that if I'm going nonstop all day in business? And then every time I leave my home office, because I work from home, and I walk through the hallway, or go downstairs, or I go outside, and guess who's stopping me every second of the day? Avila, hey, Dad, can you tell me about this? Hell, Sienna comes to me, hey, Dad, can you read me this story? Just really quick. I know you have calls, but can you read me this story? And then Dami comes, and he's my youngest 1-year-old, and jumps on my leg and, just wants to wrestle. And then Judah comes over. He's my 3-year-old, says, hey, Dad, can you come over here and play with trucks with me? And then my 9-year-old Azalea is like, hey, Daddy, can we go on a neighborhood walk? Because I'm in the habit of going on walks with some of them in different times. Sometimes one of them, two of them, three of them, all of them, whatever it is, right? And hey, Daddy, can you watch a show with us? And then Katie's like, Jose, do you mind helping me with the dishes real quick? I'm like overwhelmed here. Do you mind helping me with that? Oh, hey, do you mind changing Dami's diaper, because I got to run over here? Hey, by the way, I'm going to go out, and I know you have calls, but can you watch all the kids for like an hour while I go and do what I got to do? I got to take Dami to the doctor's appointment, and I can't drag all the kids with me. And I know you got calls. Maybe I'll put on a movie for them, but in case they need something, can you just kind of be aware? And I can go on and on and on. And then the expectation is that I eat dinner with my family every night. And then my wife wants one-on-one time. And then my kids, not only they want individual time, but they want collective time. And then we have the family time, everybody. And then, but what about me? What about Jose Escobar? What about taking care of my health? What about all those things? Where does that happen if I'm constantly pouring into everybody? Oh, and let me not forget, there's 677 CLA members who want something from me too. Just check my DMs and my text message and my emails. Everybody needs something. Am I complaining to you guys right now? No. I'm being what's called real. I'm just being genuine. I'm just telling you, I signed up for this. I'm not complaining. I signed up to be married with 6 kids and have a global company with 677 members. I signed up for this, and I would do it all over again. What I'm telling you is that it requires you to show up at a different level. And if you're going to give the best of what you have to all the people you're called to serve and to love, that requires you to be at your peak. It requires you to age backwards. And as I said, aging backwards has nothing to do with numbers and appearance. It has everything to do with vibrancy of your mind, body, and spirit. And I don't care how old you are, you can feel think, act, show up like a vibrant 30-year-old, just much wiser. And they say, oh, with age comes wisdom. Well, a mentor of mine told me, Jose, sometimes age comes alone. So, and I started laughing when he said that. So he's like, wisdom requires you to do things, requires you to show up, requires you to improve at all times. So, and I already talked about morning routine, evening routine, sleep. I mean, all these things are things that we need to be doing all the time. So I say all this to end here because coming to the top of the hour, I believe longevity is earned in the ordinary moments of your day to day. It is earned in the ordinary moments of your day to day. People think it's just going to happen, this epiphany, a lightning strike, you're just going to all of a sudden, age backwards. No, this is a daily thing, and it's an inside job. Every client I've ever worked with, I've said to them, I don't want this more for you than you want it for yourself. If I feel like I'm doing more work than you, if I feel like I'm desiring this for you more than you want it for yourself, I'm just working with the wrong person. And I don't have the time to work with the wrong people, right? You have to want it bad. So Katie could want all day for me to get in shape and to be at my optimal status, health status. But if I don't want it, what are we going to do? So folks, my hope today is that I inspired you to consider a couple of things that you can be doing today in your own life to age backwards. Some things that are at the end of your own arm right now. They are literally in front of you. And the information is not a lack of information, it's a lack of desire and a lack of discipline. Do the work. Make it a priority in your life. Your health, it's only one time. You either have it or you don't. And I promise you, if you don't have your health, it becomes priority number one. And if you're not prepared for it, God help you. That is a challenge. So be proactive, make it a top priority, and know that if you're at your optimal state in aging backwards in your health and wellness, the world is your oyster. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. So go after your dreams, go after your goals, think bigger, make it happen. And if there's any way I could serve you, I'm readily available. Just reach out to me. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant, all the amazing speakers I have the honor of sharing the stage with. Jim Britt, good to see you, and honored to share the stage with you as well. And I'm just blessed and excited to even be participating here. But the fact that you invited me to speak on this platform with all these amazing people tells me one thing, Marianne, I'm doing something right.
You are always doing something amazing. Thank you so much for this epic talk as always, Jose. Thank you so much. And Jose has a family of probably one of the most beautiful families I've ever seen. 6 kids, and everyone's happy. Everyone in his family is happy and healthy, right?
So true. Couldn't have said it more accurately.
And he's so busy. He is absolutely one of the busiest people I know. So you know what? No excuses. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Jose. Please connect with Jose or myself if you are interested in connecting with Connected Leaders Academy. It is the best networking group I've ever belonged to. So thank you again, Jose. And we move on to our next Connected Leaders Academy member, also Mr. Jim Britt, who is who is an outstanding speaker, and I'm so blessed and lucky to have him here with me, as I am with all of the speakers. Jim Britt is someone who has worked with also one of the people that I look up to, Jim Rohn. He is also used to be Tony Robbins' boss, right, Jim? Which is
That's right.
absolutely amazing. I cannot wait until we hear Jim. So with that, I will stay quiet and Jim, take away the mic from me, please. Thank you.
Marianne, well, thank you so much. Just listening to a little bit of Jose's presentation there. I have 6 sons myself, 2 from my first marriage, 4 from my current marriage, which is 43, coming up in 43 years. All doing well and all healthy. And, you know, Jose mentioned health, and that's my number one priority, always has been. I've been sick for over 50 years. It's like cold now and then. It lasts about a day, maybe 2, but nothing else ever. So that's number one for me. But, you know, aging backwards, um, I was thinking about that. How do you age backwards? And to me, uh, time is all we have, and it ruthlessly passes us by. So I look at every day like a shopping spree, and I'm spending my time, but I'm spending it on the things that I shop for, not on things that's not going to take me in the direction I want to go. So look at your, you know, how you spend your time. I did a little exercise many years ago where I wrote down every 15 minutes what I did for the last 15 minutes. And it was shocking. I mean, if I'm in a meeting for an hour, I'd have to stop and write down. But at the end of that hour, I'll stop and write down 15 minutes in meeting, in meeting, in meeting. And I find out that I'm just wasting time here and there. And that's all we have. So look at time like a shopping spree. So I want to tell you a little bit about me and how to accomplish almost anything you want to accomplish in your life. And it's not that difficult. You know, some things about me, I keep things pretty simple and straightforward. I don't complicate it too much, because I think if it's complicated, it can't really be duplicated. Um, so many years ago, I don't even know how many years ago, maybe 50 years ago, something like that. I'm standing in my kitchen and I'm looking out the window and I'm thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? My home had been foreclosed. I had 5 days from living on the street. Both of my vehicles been repoed. Most all of my furniture had been taken. My phone was disconnected. I had a wife, a child, and 15 cents in my pocket and no food in the house. And I'm thinking, what am I going to do? A year before that, I joined up in a direct sales company, and I never sold anything in my life. And they told me if I talked to 10 people a day, I'd make a ton of money. And I did. For a year, I talked to 10 people a day, every day, didn't miss a day. And, you know, we didn't have Facebook and social media and places where you could just say, oh, yeah, I talked to 10 a day. No, I had to go out and meet and talk to 10 a day. And at the end of that year, I talked to 3,650 people minimum, and I made one sale. And I kept thinking, what am I going to do? I thought about going back to my old job at the factory where I used to work, and it was 15, 18 miles away. And I thought, heck, I don't even have a vehicle. I can't get there. So everything I turned to had a roadblock. And finally I just said, you know what? Other people are making money in this business, and a lot of it, and I'm not going to quit. And I needed food. And I didn't know where I was going to go in 5 days, because we were going to be on the street. I had a notice on the door from the sheriff saying, you got to be out in 5 days. So I didn't know what to do. So I picked up a 5-gallon container of carpet shampoo, and I walked about 3 miles in the Oklahoma summer, which was over 100 degrees, carrying a 5-gallon container of carpet shampoo. And I had to set it down about every 100 feet or so. It was heavy, hoping that if I got there, that the guy that bought it, the one sale I made, that maybe he would buy that. Long story short, I made it there. It took me a while. He bought it. I had around 20 bucks in my pocket, so I had food for the week. But they offered me, he said, hey, do you have a few minutes? My brother and I'd like to talk to you. And they took me into the office, sat down, and they offered me an opportunity. And I won't go into the detail about the opportunity, but it it paid me $300 a week. It furnished me with a vehicle. It furnished me, they were a builder. They were the largest builder in Oklahoma City. It furnished me with a 3-bedroom furnished apartment. Everything I needed. I had money in my pocket now for food. I had a 3-bedroom furnished apartment that I could move out of the house within 5 days. I had a vehicle to drive. I had my expenses covered. I had $300 a week coming in, which is more money than I'd ever made in my whole life. And then a few hours later, when I got back home, I had a knock on the door, somebody from the direct sales company. And he sat with me and taught me what I was doing wrong, what I needed to be doing. I need to, shut my mouth and start asking more questions instead of talking all the time. Anyway, he guided me through what I needed to be doing. Well, that direct sales business, I worked in the evening for the next 12 months, and it earned me almost a $500,000. And the opportunity was presented to me with not only the $300 a week, but an incentive and a bonus, and that turned into over a $500,000 in the next 12 months. So I went from 15 cents to millionaire because I wouldn't quit. I wouldn't give up. And maybe it was because I couldn't give up, but I didn't want to give up. So I discovered that I think when you decide you're going to do something and nothing less than that will do, even if it's difficult, I think eventually, I don't know what it is. It's time, fate, circumstances, God, whatever, all call a conference and say, hey, we might as well give it to Jim. He's not going to quit. So anyway, that's where I started. And it taught me a lot. Um, you know, I look at that time as almost like a series of miracles, but it's really not. I mean, I think there's miracles everywhere. I see signs all the time that say, expect a miracle. Well, what if it doesn't show up? So I don't expect miracles. I accept them when they come along. So I think life is a miracle. So I want to tell you another story. And this is kind of the foundation of what I want to talk about the next 45 minutes here or so. Um, about 35 years ago, I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we had a long discussion about some, different things that we were talking about. And at the end of it, he said, hey, Jim, he said, what do you think the word resourceful means? I said, man, I don't know, maybe being more productive or using your imagination. I said, why? He said, well, it's just an interesting word. And I said, yeah, I guess so. And that was it. We hung up and we went home. And, I'm driving a few hours later, driving back to my home from the office, and I couldn't quit thinking about the word. I don't know why. It was just stuck in my brain. And we didn't have a Google or anything like that 35 years ago. So I walked into the house. I went straight to the dictionary, open it up, look at the definition. Resourceful is defined as, once again, full of source. I thought, that's interesting, depending on what you think source is. So I looked up the word source, and it says where all things originate, not some things, all things. I thought, wow, depending on what you think source is, that could be pretty powerful. And I didn't want to, well, I was looking for another definition, I think. And the next day I went to the bookstore to pick up some books I had ordered. And I asked them if they had an origin of words, a book that, shows how words were created. And they did. I look up resourceful, and it wasn't even in there. I looked up the word source, and it had the same definition, basically, but it didn't say anything much about it. Then I said, do you have a different dictionary or, than Webster? And they had another version, and I looked it up and had the same thing. So I didn't give up on it. Every time I had a chance to try to find another definition, I did. But I was over in the UK presenting an event about mid-afternoon. The first day we had a couple of hours break, and I went out for a walk, and I see this building. It said on the back door, it said antique books. And I walked in thinking, I love old books, and I wasn't even thinking about the word resourceful or source. But the first book I see when I walk in the door is an old dictionary, big, thick dictionaries, all tattered on the edges. And I don't know what the publication date. I didn't look at it. I wish I had it. But um, anyway, it had a sign on it that said, "Do not open." And I stood there for probably 5 minutes looking at that sign, thinking, I got to open this dictionary. I've got to open it. I just felt like there's something in there I've got to find. And so finally I justified it, thinking, well, that's probably for people in the UK. So I was prepared to buy it, I think. Yeah. So I opened it up carefully. Pages were kind of brown looking, and I looked up the word source. And it had some of the same things I'd seen before and how you use it and all this kind of stuff. And then I saw a definition that said source, love. Went, wow. Once again, full of love. And I closed the book and I walked back out the door. And as I walked along, I thought, wow, resourceful is once again full of love. But how do you apply that to your life, to your business? And I thought for a while, and I thought, well, heck, when you decide you're going to do something and nothing less than that will do, you actually fall in love with it. I thought, wow, that's powerful. So your decisions, if they're firm and nothing less than that will do, you fall in love with it. That's what creates the passion to help you continue to move forward. And I walked along thinking about that. And I thought, I'm going to share that when I get back in the room. This is amazing, And then it hit me. I thought, wait a minute. If resourceful is once again full of love, and love is where all things originate, where does fear come from? And I thought, that's a flaw. Where does fear come from? And it took me about 15 minutes just contemplating that. And finally that hit me. I thought, oh, wow. We create the fear. We fall in love with fear. We decide we're going to have something, create something, do something, and based upon our past programming and circumstances and things that's happened in the past, we make up a fear to keep us from having it. And we fall in love with fear. Think about that. We create fear. It's not just there. If you let go of fear, they say that courage offsets fear. That's true. You got to have courage. But if you don't have fear, you don't need courage, because courage is a natural state. Fear is made up. So I'm going to tell you how to change things so that you can be in that resourceful state all of the time. And this includes your health. It includes aging. It includes everything in your life. And it starts with a desire to have something more, a desire to change, a desire to feel better, look better, accomplish more, whatever it is you want in your life. It starts with a burning desire to have it. And I think everybody has a desire. I mean, we could take money, for example. You could ask anybody on any street corner in any city, anywhere in the world, probably, and say, would you like to make more money? And I'm sure you'd get a yes. From mega millionaires to homeless, you'd probably get a yes. So desire comes in a couple of packages. Yeah, you can have a passing desire. Yeah, I would love to have that. But a desire has to be burning inside. And it was for me. And people ask me, why did you go through that first year? And I'm going, well, I didn't want the life that I had. I wanted something more in my life. And I had this burning desire. And I think it maybe came from desperation and inspiration, a little bit of both of them. But I was burning I didn't want to work in a factory the rest of my life. And only other job I'd ever have was picking cotton. I definitely didn't want to do that, and pumping gas. So what future did I have? So I had a burning desire to have something more in my life. So you got to take that desire and you got to take it to the next level, because everybody's got the desire. You're watching here, you've got the desire, but will you take it to the next level? That's the big question. And the next level is the decision. And that's a tough, because decision creates a mindset. And we've all heard about mindset. But what we mostly don't realize is that mindset determines how you show up to the world, and it determines what shows up for you in the world. It determines how other people show up to support you with that mindset. You see, if you make a firm decision to have something, then your view of the world changes. It totally changes. You see opportunities you've never seen before. They were there already. You know, it's not the law of attraction that brings that to you. It's the law of creation based on your decision. If you look at, I was talking to somebody the other day, my hair cutter, and she believes in socialism. And I said, okay. I said, I think it's great, great model, wrong species, but might be a great model, but doesn't work for humans and or any other thing on the planet, I don't think. And I started naming off things. I said, do you like electricity that you have? Yeah, yeah. I said, do you have a car? Yeah, I drive a car. I said, you ever flown in a plane? Yes. I said, you got light bulbs that light up the room? Yeah, got that. I said, do you have a computer? Yeah, got that. I said, do you have a refrigerator where you keep your food? Yeah, I've got that. We went on a list of about 30 things. And I said, you know where those came from? Capitalism. They came from people deciding that they wanted to have or create a certain thing. And that was a mindset. I can't imagine, people like the Wright brothers and people like that, or Edison. I've been to his little museum down in San Diego. It's fascinating what he went through, like 10,000 trials and errors before he finally figured out the light bulb. It's a decision that we make, and we move forward if that's a firm decision to create it. And what you need to create that will show up for you. The opportunities will show up. And decision is the foundation for all creation. Yeah, and it's all creation starts with an idea, but if that idea is not acted upon, then with a decision, and then move forward from the decision, it never gets created. So desire is not enough. A passing decision is not enough. It's got to be a firm decision. It's a foundation for all creation. You'll hear me talk about too, comparing our lives and business, and probably all of you are in business, or most of you, I'm sure, in some way. I know we probably got a lot of speakers and coaches and consultants and that here on this webinar. But in the military, before any boots ever hit the ground, before any chaos happens or erupts, there are rules. There's rules of engagement. They're not suggestions. They're not preferences. They're not, well, let's just see how it goes. Let's go and see how it goes. No, they're orders. They're predetermined orders, non-negotiable directives that govern behavior, govern decision-making and action-taking in a high-stakes environment. And why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because without rules of engagement, without decisions, you don't get courage. You get chaos. You get fear. You get friction. You get noise. You don't get progress. You get damage. You get collateral damage. You get fear. You get chaos. You don't get victory. You get the pain of regret. And your business, if you're in a business, is the same. And in your life, if you're living life, which you are, and you're here, then that's the same too. It's everything in our lives. When I joined that direct sales company, they said, well, you want to join us? I said, yeah. They said, that'll be $4,000. I said, well, I don't have $4,000. Fact is, I only had $9. That was in my bank account. And they said, well, where are you going to get it? And I said, I'm going to go to my bank tomorrow and borrow it. I went to my bank and he promptly turned me down. I threatened to move my $9 to another bank, but didn't seem to phase him that much. And I went to another bank and another bank and another bank and loan companies. And in fact, I went to 23 banks and loan companies because I'd made a firm decision to join, and I had a burning desire to do something better in my life. And number 23 loaned it to me. And it was a loan shark, I think. It was 50% interest. And I paid 100% if I had to. Didn't matter to me. But that decision determines the outcome. And I had made such a firm decision to join and make sure that business was going to work for me that I had that mindset, and the right person showed up. Yeah, well, it was 23 banks and loan companies later, and it was the last one in the phone book, kind of hidden way down in the corner, but I found it, and that changed my life. So what's happened after decision making? The next step is action taking. This is where you start making up the fear. This is where fear comes in. When we start taking action, where we hesitate, we go, okay, I'm getting ready to get going. As soon as this happens, as soon as I, get my business cards, as soon as I get my website set up, as soon as I get this or that. One of my sons was starting a new business, and he made a couple of comments like that, and I said, hold it. I said, all of that stuff may be important, but I said, what can you do right now today to move your business forward? He said, well, I could do this and this and this, but I was going to do that after I get this set up. And I said, but you're waiting to get that set up. Why not do this and this and this? And he said, well, I never really thought about it. I said, well, get it done. That way, once you get this set up, you don't have to do that. It's already done. There's something you could do today if you're in business instead of waiting until tomorrow. So I hear so many people say, as soon as, you finish it. we probably all done that. I know I did way in the beginning. I thought I had to have business cards and they had to be perfect and all of that. And I found out that, you can become memorable without business cards. And I don't have a business card today. I haven't had one for probably 20 years, but you got to get going. Get going. And even if you make mistakes, you still got to get going. Figure it out sooner. What happens is we start weighing out the pain of changing versus the pain of staying where we are. So we look for ways to procrastinate. We look for ways to not endure the pain just in case it doesn't make it, because our mind, we've got all of those past programs in there. And maybe you've tried a business before and it failed, or maybe you tried this before and it didn't work. You tried this before. Then you start thinking, what are people going to think of me trying it again and it's not working? Or maybe it won't work. Maybe I'll lose my money. Maybe I'll do that. We make up all of this stuff in our minds instead of making a decision and just moving forward. So we start weighing out all of the pain of changing. And then we say, well, let's see, how much pain is it going to take to change? How much pain is it going to take to stay where I am? And whichever one is the least amount of pain, that's where we stay. That's where we go. And that's not the right direction. So procrastination comes in all kinds of packages. Procrastination is fear-based. Procrastination is positive, really positive. Think about this. It's, when sailors used to use way back to navigate the North Star, because North Star, is always in the north, obviously. So they used the North Star to reset their navigation, I guess 24 hours a day or whatever. I don't know exactly how they did it, but it's written in a lot of places. So procrastination kicks in. Well, procrastination is your and my North Star. In other words, when we procrastinate, that's the exact thing we need to move forward with. It's the exact thing. It's like a red flag or a green flag going up saying, that's where you need to move. If you're putting it off, take action, move past that procrastination. It's your friend. It's your North Star. It points the way. It's the exact thing you need to do. And I hear people say, yeah, I procrastinate all the time. Well, what are you procrastinating on? Figure that one out, and you'll know exactly what you need to do to move forward. Now, the next step, if you want to have anything you want in your life, accomplish any goal, um, is to be bold. Is to be bold. You really, it, I did things. I mean, you can't imagine what it was like talking to 10 people a day and making one sale in a year. First of all, I learned how to handle rejection. People ask me, how do you handle rejection? I'm going, I don't need to do that anymore. I did it way back then. Probably more rejection than most people have done in their lifetime. So, but being bold is doing things that other people aren't willing to do. It's taking center stage. You see the spotlight, you don't wait for the spotlight to come to you. You go get in it. You go out and talk to people, put yourself out there, toot your own horn. Otherwise, you'll be hearing other people's horn being tooted and they'll just pass you by. But you got to be bold. I mean, I did all kinds of things. I remember going up to this old house and it was the last person I needed to talk to before I could go home. And my wife, before I left in the morning, she gave me 10 beans. This was my tracking system, my CRM, or what do you want to call it. And I put these 10 beans in my pocket. And every time I'd talk to somebody, I'd flip a bean away. And when I finished the 10, I could come home. And she said, don't come home with beans in your pocket. If you do, that's what you're having for dinner. So I never came home with a bean in my pocket, but I had one to go. And I'd walk up to this old house and it had kind of little steps going up to the door, but yet you couldn't open the door if you got on the steps because it's right up against the screen door. And so I reached up and knocked on the door, but I'm looking at about the middle of about the handle on the screen, but it was a big hole in the screen. And I'm standing there, I'm knocking on the door. And this guy opens the door, and all I could see was a big hairy belly button in that hole. And then this big voice says, what do you want? And I look up to this guy. He was like, had shaved for a week, and he was, had a pair of shorts on and a big belly. And I looked up at him and I didn't even know what to say. And I said, how would you like to double your income? I don't even know where it came from. And he said, hi, Mike, come on in. And so I go in his house. It's a wreck. And he goes and sits down in his, or starts to sit down in his big recliner. And he says, you want a beer? I'm going, sure. So end of the day. So I sat and had a Budweiser with him. And he didn't buy anything. He didn't join me in the business, but we talked for like 30 minutes and that was it. And you got to do things that other people aren't willing to do. You never know when you hesitate to talk to somebody, and that's the exact person that needs exactly what you have. Somebody that's desperately seeking answers for their life or something, and you didn't talk to them. So you got to be bold. You got to put yourself out there. Don't get back in the background. Put yourself in the spotlight. Was talking to 10 a day hard? Yeah, it was. But here's my philosophy. If it's hard, do it hard. And people say, well, how come what if you can't talk to 10 a day? I'm going, if you could do that every morning. You could message people. You can do all kinds of things. But talking to 10 a day is not that hard if you really just get on with it. We make it hard, and then my philosophy later on was, if I wanted to accomplish something in my life and 10 a day didn't do it, I talked until I was exhausted, until I found the one that's going to help me increase my business and go to the next level. So if it's hard, do it hard until it becomes easy. Next step is a big one. It's called letting go. Letting go. We hang on to so much stuff. In fact, you're out there. When I first started talking to 10 people a day, I would, I'd get a no, of course. I got almost all of them were a no, but I found myself carrying that no to the next one and almost expecting. In fact, I think I expected everybody to give me a no, and sure enough, they did, all but one. But you know, a decision, again, is a rule that doesn't allow for negative self-talk. It doesn't allow for fear. It doesn't allow for anything in your past popping up to keep you from moving forward, or your comfort zone within to win. Your power comes from letting go, not pushing against. So if we feel an obstacle, take a look at it and learn to let go of the things that keep you from moving forward. And letting go is not difficult. It's not. Um, it can be difficult in some ways, but it's simple. You know, if I pick up this mouse and hold it in my hand, that doesn't mean I have to hold it in my hand for the rest of my life. I can lay it down. If I'm reading a book and hold it in my hand, doesn't mean I got to hold that book for the rest of my life. I can lay it down. If you had something that stopped you in the past, some failure you had, you can lay it down. You can let go of that and move forward. So don't let your past dictate what your future is going to be. A decision is a rule that doesn't allow for any type of emotional drift, a rule that doesn't allow for you to take the time to go scrolling on Facebook, unless that's part of your business. But I'll bet that most people scrolling through Facebook, it's not part of business. It's part of tension relieving, not goal achieving. So let me ask you some questions. See what you got to let go of, because this is important. This is really probably the most important thing. Think of something that's holding you back in life or business. Think of something that's holding you back, some conflict, something that's happened to you in the past, something that you'd like not to have or not to have had happen. Think about that. Got it? Most people come up to it pretty quickly. Could be somebody that did you wrong, somebody that cost you money, or scammed you, or break up in a relationship, or lost money in business, or whatever. Think of something that's holding you back. And ask yourself, that feeling that comes up, is that the need for approval or the need to be in control? Because it's one or the other. Those two needs govern pretty much all of our negativity in our lives. So is it a need for approval or the need to be in control? Think about that. Okay. Next question. How would you feel if all of that disappeared? It was no longer a part of your life. It just disappeared, just like it never happened. Feel pretty good, right? Next question is, go back and think about that again. Go back and get in touch with what's holding you back. It's fear, is it this or that, whatever it is. Got it? Now let me ask you some other questions. Do you like feeling that way when you're in touch with that? Do you like feeling that way? If the answer is no, let's go to the next question. Does that feeling help you get where you want to go in life? Does it help you to accomplish what you're setting it out to accomplish? The answer is no. Can you think of any reason that is painful or stressful to continue to hang on to that feeling? The answer is no. Let's move to the next question. Do you truly want to let it go? Some people don't. They want to hang on to it as a form of protection, but it doesn't protect you. It costs you, because that's your focus. So do you want to let it go? If the answer is yes, let's move to the next question. Are you willing to let it go? Because that's a tougher one. Are you truly willing to let that go? And if the answer is yes, I've had people say, well, let me think about that for a while. I'll let you know tomorrow. No. Are you willing to let that go? If you could, I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying, are you willing to? I had one woman in a class one time. She had a little conflict with her husband. I don't know what the details were, but when I asked her that question, are you willing to let it go? She looked at him, she looked at me, and she looked back at him, and she said, no, not now, not ever. I said, okay, I'm going to ask the next question. Because the next question is, when are you willing to let that go? Because whatever it is you're hanging on to is not helping you. Because again, time ruthlessly passes us by. And here's what I've discovered. Letting go requires three things: intention, willingness, and commitment. Hanging on also requires three things: intention, willingness, and commitment. You see, it's the same thing. We have a choice. And, I was with my, the fellow that knocked on my door from the direct sales company and taught me what I was doing wrong. I looked back at him. I didn't know what a mentor was, but I looked back then and I said, that guy was a mentor. I only saw him one time for 2 hours. That was it. Never saw him again. And one of the things he really believed in was investing in yourself and investing in your business. If you have a business, and you certainly have yourself, so investing in yourself is so important. I remember one time I was having dinner with Earl Nightingale. If some of you may remember Earl Nightingale, kind of the grandfather of this whole self-improvement movement. And I said, Earl, why do you think most people aren't willing to invest in themselves or even their business? And he said, well, most people don't think that they're a worthwhile investment. I went, wow. My first mentor, we sat, talked for a long time. He taught me a few things. And then he asked me, he said, Jim, are you going to the convention coming up in a couple of months? And I said, no, I'm too busy. He said, too busy? Too busy doing what? Too busy failing? Too busy not making any money? Too busy to learn from other people that are doing it and making a lot of money? Too busy? And, yeah, but he just had this puzzled look on his face, like, really? And then I said, well, the timing's just not right for me. And I hear that a lot today. The timing's not right. I also hear too busy. But too busy is not a badge of courage or a badge of accomplishment. It's a badge of overwhelm when somebody says that. I'm too busy. I said, well, the timing's not right. And he said, stop. He said, ask any highly successful person that any great opportunity that's presented to them, if it's ever the right timing. Because it's never the right timing. It's just whatever time it is. He said, the timing's never right. He said, take that out of your vocabulary if you want to be successful. He said, in fact, take both of those, too busy and the timing's not right, out of your vocabulary. I said, okay. And he said, I said to him, I said, well, you want to know the truth? He said, that would be nice. He said, are you going to the convention? And I said, I can't afford it, man. And he put his hand up in my face and yelled at me. He said, stop that. And I mean, literally his hand right in my face and yelled at me. I said, what? I mean, he scared me. I said, what? And he goes, your mind just shut down. You said, your mind shut down. He said, you told me you went to 23 banks and loan companies to borrow $4,000. And I said, he said, you were so determined that somebody was going to show up, and they did. But he said, your mind shut down. He said, there's always a way. And he said, just say yes or no. And if you say yes, then figure it out. I asked you again, are you going to the convention? I looked at him and I said, yes, I'm going. He said, that's firm. I said, I'm going. So the next night I go to our meeting, and a fella standing at the door, we knew each other, not close friends or anything, but we've talked a few times, nice guy. And we started chatting, and he said, are you going to the convention? I said, yes, I am. And he said, oh, cool. He said, have you bought your plane ticket yet? I said, no, I haven't. And I was in Oklahoma. We had to fly to Florida. And he said, well, do you want to fly along with me? I've got my own plane. He said, I could use the company. So, well, yeah. Well, Not only did I not have to buy the ticket, I'm flying on a private plane. So that showed up because I firmly believe that showed up because I said, yes, I'm going, instead of I can't afford it. Because when you say that, your mind just shuts down. There's always a way. So investing in yourself is so important. Investing in your business is so important if you're in business. Why did 90% fail in most businesses, especially in coaching, speaking? In fact, I saw a report put out that 92% of coaches don't make it. That's sad, because think of the number of people that are out there that are talented, that are really wanting to help others live a better life. And if they could actually succeed at that, what would that do to the world and changing the world? It'd be huge. Instead of doing it in the small way, you do it in the big way. And a lot of times they don't invest. They don't invest in themselves. I met somebody the other day that had 12 certifications as a coach, 12, and 0 clients. And she said, well, I thought if I invested in all of these certifications, it'd give me more credibility and all of that. And I'm looking at all of the initials after her name. And I said, you know what? I have no clue what those initials are. She said, well, do you have credentials like that? I said, I only have one, HSD. She said, well, what is HSD? I said, high school dropout. And that's it. I said, nobody cares. Yeah, you went and you learned a lot of things, and maybe it's necessary to do some of that, but 12 of them? Why? She just, I thought that would make me more credible. It's like, I was over in San Francisco a while back, and I see a guy on the corner. He's got a hot dog stand, and he's selling hot dogs. Talked to him for a minute. He had to buy the hot dog stand, which cost him about $15,000. And then he had to get permits and license and all of that stuff to be able to be on the street corner where he was. And I don't know what all that cost him. I didn't ask. But what if he had that stand and he bought the stand and bought the permits and got the street corner and set up his stand, and he had no wieners? You think he'd sell any hot dogs? Probably not. You got to invest in wieners. Well, I ran out of money. I just don't have any more money to invest in and getting my business going. And the first thing I would think of was go buy 2 wieners and sell those, and then take that money and buy 4, or something, or go find somebody that's going to loan you enough money to go buy a pack of wieners or something. There's always a way, but we get to a certain point, and like this woman, she had spent all of her money getting certified up to around $250,000, and no money to market herself, nothing. So she had the stand and the permit and all the credentials, but no wieners. So I want to share something with you, and Marianne asked me to share this, and I'll share it with you quickly here. I developed something especially for people, and I'm sure a lot of you are in the coaching and speaking business and entrepreneurial, or otherwise you probably wouldn't be here in the middle of the day. I designed it mainly for coaches, speakers, entrepreneurs, consultants, people in the business of helping others live a better life, or entrepreneurs that look for more exposure and more credibility in the marketplace. And I think that's number one when you're a a coach, or let's just say a coach or a speaker. And some people do both. Credibility is number one. How do you establish over and above everybody else out there that's doing similar things? How do you establish you as the expert in the field, as that person that stands out, that key person of influence? And so I decided about 5 years ago, that I was going to create something. And I look back on my life. Marianne mentioned that Tony Robbins used to work for me. Yes, he did, for about 5 years. I hired, trained Tony. Jim Rohn was my business partner for about 8 years. He was the trainer in that direct sales company, which was the main thing that came out of there, even though I've made a lot of money too. but became friends with Jim Rohn and later in business. Um, so um, I knew that collaboration was so important. There were 26 top speakers in this country 20 or 45 years ago when I started, and I'd never met any of them. In fact, I had to research around. My research was asking questions and asking people who they knew was the top speaker that made money speaking, and I came up with 26. And I sent out a overnight FedEx morning delivery marked person to 26 of them. I got their addresses. Took me months to get it all together. Didn't have a social media or anything. And 23 of them responded back. And I basically, in the letter, I introduced myself saying, I'm entering into the speaking business and I'd like to fly to your location. I understand you're a top name speaker, making good money, and I'd like to interview you, take you to dinner, take you to lunch. Um, and I don't remember the exact words. It's been 45 years, but anyway, I sent that letter with my contact info. They contacted me back and said, yeah, I would be happy to meet with you. And so I flew around the country. It took me probably six months or so to meet all these people. I flew and met with Earl Nightingale and Og Mandino and Brian Tracy and Dr. Dennis Waitley and Dr. Maxwell Maltz and Zig Ziglar, and I mean, on and on and on, of the top people in this country that were top speakers. And I learned from each one of them. And I got to contact their phone numbers, got permission for them to call them anytime I wanted with questions. I never bugged them, but I did call and ask questions. So that was kind of how I collaborated. And I didn't know that's what I was doing, but looking back, that was a big part of my success in the early days, which built the foundation for what I do today. So collaboration is really important. So I put together something. You've heard of anthology books, of course. There's some here in CLA, and there's different ones all over the country. I've been in 6 of them, and some of them have done really well. A couple of them have done okay. One of them has done really well. A couple of them didn't do all that much, but and that was many years ago. So I wanted to do something different. I wanted something that's going to help people stand out as an expert. So I decided to create one book and see what happens. So I put together a book with 20 co-authors in it, and it took me a few months. And at the end of that, well, I got it published and all of that, and we put together a Zoom meeting. I didn't know if everybody would show up, but they did. I told them it'd be 90 minutes. And come prepared to, share who you are and what you do and so on. And everybody showed up, and it didn't go for 90 minutes. It went for 3 hours. And you talk about collaboration and leads floating around and people helping each other. And it was an amazing 3 hours. And they didn't want to quit at the end of 3 hours. So I thought, wow, this is going to work. So I'm going to make it a series, and then I'm going to add some things that's really going to pump it up. So that was 5 years ago. I just published volume. Well, I'm in the process right now of publishing volume 21 in the series. So I've got about 430 co-authors in our community, and they're just amazing people. And I hand select all of them. I don't just let anybody in. They've got to qualify. They've got to be in the type of business of helping people live a better life and have a lot of passion for doing that. But then I added some things to it. But so we got 21 volumes, and everybody writes a 3,000 word chapter topic of their choice, whatever best promotes you and gives the reader a good experience. And with that, you get your picture, your bio, and all of that. Then we have customized the cover on it, and this really helps you stand out. You got your picture on the front cover. It's for each co-author has their own cover, and share details, but not now on how that happens. But your picture's on the front cover. Right next to your picture is an endorsement by Tony Robbins, #1 in the world. Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank wrote the foreword for it, which is pretty amazing. All the books are #1 international bestsellers. We hit last campaign we've done it every single time, but we hit #1 in 5 countries and 38 categories. So it's pretty amazing. And We have special guests that come on our masterminds. We've had Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, we've had Les Brown, we've had Dr. Dennis Waitley, Tom Ziegler, Zig Ziglar's son. We've just had a host of incredible people, top-notch producers and AI experts and voice coaches and all kinds of things. Anyway, they come on our mastermind, and so we have that goes along with it. And we have a couple of school platforms that we've set up too, that one exclusively for our co-authors and a few other benefits. But anyway, I'd love to chat with any of you if you'd like to know a little bit more about this. I designed the cover of the book so that it helps you stand out as an expert. It's a scroll stopper on social media. It's a credibility piece. It helps you stand out as that key person's influence. So it's a pretty remarkable what we put together, and people are getting incredible results with it. So excited to maybe chat with you about it. No obligation. Just if you want to contact me, it's jimbritt@jimbritt.com is my email address, jimbritt@jimbritt.com. Happy to chat with you and set up a time if it's of interest to you. And
Jim, what's the name of the book?
what was that?
Do you want to tell them the name of the book?
Well, the name of the book is Cracking the Rich Code, and it's just different volumes, same title. And it's not necessarily about money. It could be about money, or it could be about rich in health, rich in relationships, or anything in your life that you have enriched. So it's not really about that you got to be rich to write a chapter. It's about extending your richness to other people. So I want to wrap up here. I've got about 5 minutes, and I'm going to go back to the resourceful for a minute, because that's so important. When I left the UK that day, I was in this small town in UK when I discovered this. And I flew from there to Toronto a couple of days later. And I'm doing another event there, and I'm out for a walk again, same type of event. And I was out with another person. He and I had gone for like a 2 or 3 mile walk, and we're on our way back, kind of running a little late. So we're walking really fast. And suddenly I feel and see somebody right here on my shoulder. I mean, literally, I'm looking straight ahead, and I could see him, his face right here. And he was in step with me. And I was afraid he was going to trip me or something, because we're walking really fast. And I was about to turn around and say, hey, buddy, back off a little bit. But just as I started to turn, he started talking in 2 different voices. First voice says, "And God created man." The other voice goes, "Yeah, I know that." He said, "But then God created woman." He said, "Yeah, I know that too." He said, "Yeah, but then God created fruit." He said, "Fruit? What does fruit have to do with anything?" He said, "Well, inside the fruit, there's a seed." And he said, "If you plant it, it will grow. And if you don't, it won't." And he turned, went the other direction. I thought, well, I guess that message was for me. And I tied the 2 together, and I thought, wow, when you decide to do something and you fall in love with it, you've planted the seed. And that seed will grow if you keep it nourished. Just like a garden will grow if you keep it nourished. You don't just go throw seeds on the ground and hope that they grow. Some might, most won't. You plant a garden, you dig the hole the right place, you put the seed in there or the plant in there, and then you water it, take care of it. You get enough sunshine, or some plants need more shade and some sunshine. All of them need water, some need fertilizer, whatever you're going to put in there to nourish it and make it grow. But the key is, if you're not careful, the weeds will smother it. And in life, it's the weeds of negativity. It's the weeds of doubt, uncertainty. I'm too busy. I don't have time. All of these things that we make up in our minds to keep us from moving forward. That's the things that have to be plucked out if you want that seed to grow into fruition. It's like the guy walking down the street and he sees a guy over in his garden, and he walks over to him and he says, "Wow." He said, "You and God have a beautiful garden here." He said, "Yeah, you should have seen it when God had it by himself." Because I know people that say, "Well, God put me in this position to learn something." No, you put yourself in that position. And as soon as you let go and move forward, you can get out of that position into the next thing that you want. People say, "Well, what's my purpose in life?" It's what you're doing right now. That's your purpose, because that's what you're doing. And as soon as you're finished with that, you'll have another purpose. You can create a new purpose. But when you're filled up with that old purpose that may not be taking you where you want to go, then once you're done with that, then you can have a new purpose in life. So remember this. This is, I'll leave you the best success tip I can leave you with. Once you decide what you want in your life, in any area of your life, once you decide what you want firmly, fall in love with it. From that point forward, every action you take is going to move you toward it or away from it. Period. We don't live in a gray world. We live in a black and white world. A woman a while back, she wanted to lose 50 pounds. And she said, "But I do want to eat a Big Mac once a month, so maybe twice." And I said, "I'm not judging you. Eat the Big Mac if you want. But my question is that taking you where you want to go with your weight loss?" "Well, it's only a Big Mac, maybe two." And I said, "Everything has a cumulative effect, everything. So is it taking you in the direction you want to go or not?" And she said, "Well, no." I said, "Well, it's your choice." You can eat it or not eat it. That's up to you, but you have to understand it's not taking you where you want to go. Now, I said, now on the other side of that, if you haven't made a firm decision, it really doesn't matter what you eat, what actions you take in any type of business. If you haven't made a firm decision, it doesn't matter what actions you take, because you're going to end up someplace else. So it's making a decision and then realizing every action you take is going to move you there. So be aware, be conscious, be self-observant. Is this action I'm taking me moving me where I want to go or not? So love to hear from you. Jimbritt at jimbritt.com. Thanks so much, Marianne. Pleasure being able to share. Hope you picked up one good idea.
All the time. Every time I speak with you, I pick up more than one good idea. Are you kidding me? This is fantastic. Beautiful. So I have notes like if you guys aren't writing, you're missing out. I want to thank you, Jim, so much for taking the time to come on here and speak to our amazing audience. And also, if you cannot find Jim anywhere, please connect with me. I'm more than happy to connect you to him. If you want to get into the book, feel free to connect with me. I'll connect you to Jim. I am looking at the book right now. And yes, so I will probably be in the book. I don't want to say 100%, but I'm going to be in the book. There's manifesting.
For sure.
So thank you so much, Jim. And that brings us, oh my goodness. So much.
Okay, my pleasure. Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Feel free to hang out with us as long as you like. And we are on to my, oh, what a great picture. We are on to my next outstanding guest. Oh my gosh, my guest speaker. Leslie Gregg is also from the Connected Leaders Academy. So we love Jose like nobody's business. And Leslie is, you're going to love this. Who loves potatoes? I do. Who loves tater tots? I do. So Leslie comes from the family of tater tot inventors. So you know this is going to be good. Leslie, take it away.
Hello. I'd like to share my screen and bring some other pictures on.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Is that working?
Yep, I can see it. Here.
Let's see. So I would like to, God, what an honor. To follow Jim Brett. That's pretty good honor. Good afternoon. I want to thank Marianne for this opportunity to share my story. My name is Leslie Gregg, and I have the distinct pleasure of being birthday buddies with my great uncle Nephi, the co-inventor of tater tots. And one of the hallmark things that my uncle Nephi used to always say was always bite off more than you can chew and learn to chew it. My uncle Nephi was Nephi and Golden. They were both born pre-World War I. They were 18 months apart in age. They both wanted to be entrepreneurs when they were in their early 20s. And between the age of early 20s and late 20s, roughly 1940, 1949, they built the largest frozen food distributor in North America. They were shipping frozen corn from Ontario, Oregon, about 30 miles west of Boise, all around the Northwest. And they needed a 12-month business. And so they lived just outside of Boise. Boise is the home of J.R. Simplot Corporation. And in 1945, J.R. Simplot invented the frozen French fry. French fries themselves were invented circa 1800 in Europe. And but the frozen French fry was invented by J.R. Simplot, Boise, Idaho. So anyway, they thought, well, this is a pretty good growing business, so let's get into the French fry business. There was a bankrupt frozen food processor there in Ontario, Oregon, and they were told that they could have it for $250,000. So, echoing what Jim Brett just taught us about showing up, stepping forward, they ended up raising the money, and then they were told they needed to double that. They needed $500,000 to buy the plant. And so they continued to go out to family, friends, and business people in the community and convince them to give them to double that amount. And so in 1952, the year I was born, they founded Ore-Ida Foods Corporation, raised $500,000 in 1951, 52, and founded Ore-Ida Foods Corporation. My uncle Nephi has been my idol. In 1959, my dad was hired by Ore-Ida to be a controller for Ore-Ida Foods, and I was then in the 3rd grade. And in the 4th grade, my mother and we started working within the Ore-Ida plant. Somebody needed to fill the vending machines with food, so our house became the food storage unit for the company food, and we would go out to the plant and fill vending machines with food. And so that's kind of my introduction to my family business. Fast forward to 1978, 1979. I knew one thing. I didn't know what I wanted to be, but I knew one thing. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. My uncle Nephi was my mentor, my idol, and I just wanted to be like him. And so I started looking at that idea. I thought, well, maybe the best way to become an entrepreneur is to get a teacher's position. Maybe that will give me time to try to figure this out. The teaching position didn't work. I got my degree, didn't get hired as a teacher, but in process of that, a friend of mine asked me if I would be interested in applying to be a stockbroker. And stockbrokering at the time was something that was far beyond my comprehension. I didn't even know that was a job. But I said, oh, let's try it. So I signed up. We went to work, and 45 years later, I was still there. So I joined E.F. Hutton Company in 1978, and in 1980, I moved to my practice to Merrill Lynch, and then spent the next 43 years as a financial advisor. The job of financial advisor, stockbroker, what I learned from that look back is that business taught me so much. Most of you can't tell it, but I am 74 years old. And I believe that the reason I am aging well is, number one, good genes. And, but that's only about 30% of the reason. The other 70% of the reason is because I've always followed my uncle's advice, always bite off more than you can chew and learn to chew it. Early in this career, in my career as a financial advisor, it was a lifelong process of learning, growing, finding ceilings, and then overcoming the ceiling. And that's my life. And so when I was approaching retirement, I started thinking about, what is this going to look like in retirement? And about 2018, as I was contemplating this retirement question, I got an email from CBS Sunday Morning, which kind of really threw me a curve. Why would CBS be interested in me? And they were asking us to show them or to give them some information on the tater tot history so they could do a production. And so we helped them put together In Praise of Tater Tots, which aired on CBS Sunday Morning, was October 18th, 2018. That then led to another several different areas. And we then tried to put together different ideas over the next several years. But things didn't really start to gel until in 2022, Orida decided to sell the manufacturing facility in Ontario, Oregon, and the worldwide distribution rights of tater tots to J.R. Simplot Corporation. So the funny story is 1950, J.R. Simplot and Orida were competitive business people, and now today they're all under the same roof. What goes around comes around. So many lessons learned from my career wandering through the world of the financial markets. And so I'm going to use this story, my story, to try to illustrate some really important things. And so one of the things that I learned as a financial advisor is that there's products and there's processes. In the financial world, everybody focuses upon the product. The product doesn't really matter. There are today, I imagine there's probably as many diet programs and get well programs and programs to encourage your better health as there are stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. There's 5,000 stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. There's probably 5,000 programs, products that you can buy to try to change your lifestyle. And none of those products, just like the investment business, none of those products are going to help you become a better result. None of the products are going to produce a better result than any other product, because products by their design are designed to cause you to be average, not above average. And so I learned quickly the difference between product and process. And so as I succeeded in my business and as my business began to grow, I discovered that process was more important than product. And I think that's true in this particular era and in this particular content that we're discussing. And so the product that we want in the aging business is we want the outcome. The process in the aging business is, as several of our previous speakers have discussed, the process is improving your life daily, 1% improvement every day. does far more impact on the outcome of the product than inconsistent big moves. I can remember well when I was 25-ish. I was in high school. I was in college. I had been a college athlete. I had gotten into the college level as an athlete. Discovered at the college level as an athlete that wasn't my wish or my desire to move on to that particular level. But one thing I really noticed is that I was healthy and fit. And so I pondered the question, how am I going to maintain this good feeling? And the answer that I came up with, this was in roughly 1972, 1973, was the 1% per day belief. And so I started at that time of doing 50 push-ups a day. And here I am now, 74. I'm still doing 30 push-ups a day. And that I've lived my whole life living the 1% a day philosophy. So the way that we get, on the bottom of my screen here, and Jose, you said it before me, habits create patterns, patterns create lifestyles. Let me move that out of the way. And it helps us stay in the middle. Staying in the middle, that's another lesson I learned from my 40 years of working in the financial markets. I spent most of my time always helping people move somewhere towards the middle, because our tendency as individuals, as human beings, is to always be on the, we're either buying at the top of the market or trying to buy the bottom of the market. Neither one works. Or we're trying to change our point at the top of the market when everybody else is trying to change, and that doesn't work. So change is sort of like going to the middle. And so I spent most of my year convinced. I'd get a call from somebody. They would say, well, this is a great stock. It's already up 1,000%. Why don't I jump on board? And my response would be, it's a little bit late to be trying to jump on board. Or the opposite of that. People would call me and say, well, this is Ford Motor Company. It's got to go up. And I think Ford Motor Company is about the same price today as it was 30 years ago. And so there's no value in the bottom and there's no value at the top. The value is almost always in the middle somewhere. And so that helps us to get, I think, finding value. And as we find value, we got to just keep moving, have fuel, have good rest, and have connections. Let's sort of shift gears. I don't know if we have anybody here that we can really get into discussion, but I really had planned on this part of my deal. I've recently been very fascinated with Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke reminds me of another centenarian that I respected a lot, named Jack LaLanne. Jack LaLanne was a bodybuilder during my young adult years. And I remember when he was late into his 90s, he was still doing his daily exercise routine that he started when he was 30. Do you remember Jack LaLanne, Marianne?
Yeah, he was on. We call it, ours is the shopping channel. I think you guys call it QVC or something. I'm not sure. In the US.
And Dick Van Dyke, I've been watching him over the last year and a half. He's 100 years old. He still gets up every day. He still goes to work. He still laughs, tells jokes. And this is a quote that Dick Van Dyke, I quoted it, just recently released, as I think he's writing a book called Keep Moving. Old age is part fact, part state of mind, and part luck. And I think that's really is a summation of a lot of what's been discussed today by our speakers. And there's a lot of shifting paradigms that we all also are looking at. So let's kind of maybe shift gears a little bit. So good information equals good decisions. Another one of my hallmark mantras of my 45 years of investing other people's money was making good decisions. And it's more important asking questions. There's a strong tendency, as I've been working in the social media market for the last 4 or 5 years, I've noticed a very strong tendency for people to quit asking questions too early. One of the things I learned back in that era of helping people make important financial decisions was when we got information, we didn't read the information to make conclusions. We read the information to find out which question to ask next. And as we ask different questions and as we read information with the idea of finding questions to ask, it opens the door to more questions and it opens the door to better answers. And so that has become my lifetime thing. So I think in our healthcare industry today, unfortunately, it's driven by too much bad information, but it's also the shifting paradigms that are existing. And I'm going to mention one word today that hasn't yet been mentioned, and I think it really has some application to this particular theme. This particular theme is the aging theme, but the shifting paradigm is AI. I am convinced, absolutely convinced, that AI it's a tool, and it is a tool that we're either going to grasp and benefit from, or it's a tool that we're going to shun and be subject to. It's our choice. And as Jim Britt said, and so well said in his last 15 minutes about making decisions, our choice is ours. We can either join the program and benefit, or we can just wait until it's at the top of the market and then we can join it 20 years from now. But one of the impacts I think that AI has on us is it's redefining so many different paradigms. It's redefining centers of influence. It's giving us new information about healthcare. I've been noticing recently a lot of different posts on Facebook about treating our gums, about gum recession and restoring gums. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that as we get more information with a lot of these areas in our healthcare system. So I'm excited about the impact that AI is going to have on that particular program. Marianne, quick question. Can you think of any other healthcare questions or other healthcare concepts that you are seeing big shifts in?
Well, supplementation for sure. And the biggest one in supplements that I see right now is the whole NAD, right? Because that is literally the aging backward supplement. So I was saying earlier, I don't even know if you were here, I used to pay $250. Okay, granted, I'm in Canada, so this is Canadian dollars for you guys. That's a little less, and I'm not sure what the pricing is out there for this exactly, but I know it's similar because I have spoken to people. $250 for uh, intravenous or NAD or NAD and glutathione. Usually she would make me like a little cocktail of supplementation with vitamin B and so on and so forth. And, that would last about 10 days. So every 2 weeks, twice a month, basically, I would have to get this if this is what I wanted. Right. And I was like, wow, $500 for this is a lot. What are they going to come up with something else? And, I was talking earlier about our product. This is a product I sell. It actually comes like this, and It's like a little fruit roll up. It's so easy to take and half the price, honestly. Like I can take 2 of these a day, no problem, for the whole month, and it's gonna be just under half the price of what I used to pay per month. So that is already a big, huge deal because now everyone's starting to embrace the whole idea of NAD. Before, you could only get it as an injection or an intravenous, and that had to be either a doctor or a nurse. And now it doesn't have to be. So that's huge, huge, huge. And of course, there's a lot of repetition. We talk about water and drinking water, but now we've advanced to not only drinking water, but the hydration piece, right? Because you could drink and drink and drink and drink and drink and still not be hydrated. And if your body's not retaining some of that water and you're not getting hydrated, all kinds of ridiculous things will come out of there that you'll end up going to the doctor for. But really, we're talking like a headache. A headache, lack of energy, can't sleep properly, regular things that you can solve by taking a hydration, and something like there's so many of them out now, right? Now there's more and more and more, and they're getting also um, less expensive so that, we can easily attain them. And I always say it's ridiculous to me that we're calling this whole industry alternative when it's been around for thousands of years. Thousands of years this has been around. We're calling it alternative. No, the other stuff is alternative because it's newer. But this, like herbs and, going out to your garden and growing your own herbs and cutting them and putting them and drying them and then making them into a tea and boiling the water for, like, that's been around for, I can't even say hundreds of years. I have to say thousands and thousands of years, probably millions, but I'm going to stick with thousands just to be sure. Ridiculous, right?
How am I doing for time?
Um, oh, we have 5 more minutes. We can talk about tater tots and how much we love them.
Okay, well, I'm going to wrap up then. So to summarize, always bite off more than you can chew and chew with confidence. So I've had some amazing travels in my life. I recently, about 3 years, about 2.5 years ago, I was introduced to the Super Patch business, and that has been a significant ideological or a whole different change in mindset and ideology in terms of healthcare. Um, I've been a partaker of fiber drinks in my life for the last 30 years. Roughly 30 years ago, I was introduced to the idea that the best way to, I was told 30 years ago that 92% of type 2 diabetics were curable. And I thought, well, that's a pretty good bet. And how do they do that? Well, they get more fiber in their system. So the average fiber intake in the system needs to be about 20 to 30 grams a day of soluble and non-soluble fiber. And so I started taking a fiber drink from Melaleuca. I'm still taking it every day today. It's roughly 12, 13 grams of good soluble fiber. And if anybody's interested, you can log in to angelagrigg@gmail.com, and my daughter, she will help you with all of your Melaleuca interests and questions. This is my Super Patch thing. You can go in and see how the Super Patch industry is going to help you. And then a personal gift. Our tater tot story is going to keep growing. And we're just launching My Tater Tot Story. Will soon be launching mytatertotstory.com. But you can read all about this on our protectyourtots.com. And if you go to protectyourtots.com Holy Board gift, and if you want a copy of your photo with the original tater tot forming tool, it's free. Go to protectyourtots.com Holy Board gift, log in, register, send us your photo, and we will give you your own personal Holy Board selfie. So always bite off more than you can chew. Aging well isn't about chasing miracles. It's about stacking ordinary wins every day. When you move your body, choose real food, protect sleep, nurture connections, you're not just adding years, you're adding life to your years. Small, steady choices, 1% of a time. That's how we bend the arc. Thank you so much, Marianne, for this opportunity to share my story and to share who I am.
Thank you so much, Leslie. You're such a pleasure. Yes, I love talking about tater tots, and I actually one of my vendors because I do organize wellness fairs as well. One of my vendors is actually I have two really cool vendors that both do super patch. I try not to have them both at the same time because that's just not fair. But I will have one or I'll have the other, and they're both just lovely.
And I can't
So
wait to use your new product. So be sure and give me a link.
yes, I will. Oh my gosh, they're absolutely amazing. I'm just actually talking to one of the other speakers. He's going to get some of the NAD one as well. And I'm like, oh my gosh, and we're killing it. Last trade show that I put on, I literally sold out of it. Like I had no more left, and I still had 3 people left, so they had to make an order. But yeah, it was great. Thank you so much, Leslie. This is always a pleasure, and you're so much fun to chat
Thank
with.
you.
And thank you so much for taking the time. I'm just waiting for my other people to come on so you can hang out with us if you wish.
Okay.
If you have to go, I totally understand. I am going to get you to stop sharing if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
But and also for everyone, if you all need to get a hold of any of my speakers, it's just connect with me and I will hook you up. Most of them are all on Facebook, so I can just connect you all on Facebook. And if you need their email or anything, that'd be awesome. Can you stop sharing? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
So there we go.
Go ahead, put on dollar review because there's going to be quite a few of us. Um, well, Vinny's going to come. We're going to talk. So we had 2 speakers. We lost 2 speakers today, so that's not horrible. One of them had to go take his mom to the hospital. She has some sort of an issue with a kidney stone, so we're gonna send out some uh, good energy and some healing vibes and some prayers out for her. And then my first one was Lori. And she's a regular. She always opens for me. And unless she's flying in the air, like she's only missed a handful of, I've been doing these for 7 years. I've been doing them once a month for about 3 years almost now. And Lori's been opening up at most of them. So only when she's flying and not available does she not come on. But anyways, it's all good. Benny is gonna be joining us shortly. He's just getting off a call, and we're gonna talk a little bit about a few of the other devices that we use. So I haven't really talked about this, but I'm actually a doctor of metaphysics and I do a lot of different healings. So I'm constantly working on different people. I have a lot of cancer survivors, well, people with stage 4 cancer that we've done various different things with to help them to gain some optimal health when they go in for either radiation or chemo or whatever it is that they're going in for surgery, something that we can help boost your immune system with. And it's worked out really quite nicely. I just had a lady, she had 33 bouts of radiation. Wow, that's a lot. And she was doing really, really good. Like she was excited about how well she did. Um, one of my speakers finished 5 bouts of radiation. It was just a small, tiny little tumor that she ended up getting rid of. So that was great. I'm not going to say the name because she didn't share, so I'm not going to. Uh, so we've had some really great results. So I do a lot of energy healing. I've also been a coach for many, many years for women. I do past life regression, timeline therapy, NLP, I do a lot of actually of uh, timeline therapy and past life regression. Past life regression takes a while, so it's always a long session. And people love past life regressions because there's so many things that we're holding on from past lives, but we don't know what the heck's going on. So once you get in there and we let go of that, it really does help out a lot. And I've been a self love confidence coach for a very, very long time. And uh, it's it's been absolutely amazing. I'm also a coach with Think and Grow Rich. I'm a peace and prosperity coach. We have he's also a frequent speaker on my summits, and he just wrote the forward for my authentic leadership book. Titish Verma, he is the CEO and founder of Think and Grow Rich Canada. So he's not connected to the US, but he's got his own thing. Of course, they're all connected and he's wonderful. So yeah, I just finished that a little while ago. And that's also a lot of fun. And then of course I have bank code, which in itself is fantastic. And bank code is the personality assessment. So we have a lot of fun with that one. Uh, they're actually going to be doing some really amazing things, and I don't think I can talk about it just yet because I don't think it's happening until October. But I'm going to be involved in the Canadian Toronto version of it, so we're going to be doing that. Oh my gosh, there's you want to stay young, fill your plate, and I'm not talking about the one that you eat. And actually, that one is probably if you take stuff off your plate. So I find that I'm eating less at my meals, and also um, I'm eating less times throughout the day. So I mostly eat once or twice a day. I rarely eat 3 times a day. That I can't. I don't remember the last time I did. So apparently, eating once a day is ideal. And I'm there a lot, but I'm not there every day yet. So we're getting there. And I find that my appetite is much different. And also, when you balance out your body and heal it, there there are less requirements of food. Like I have less cravings. There's less requirements for other. I take so many supplements that if I don't eat any food, I'm gonna be okay because I'm good with my nutrients. So yeah. Oh, one of my speakers just. I'm not sure if he's coming. Uh, it's wrong now. I think he's right here. Uh, uh, of all virtual. Sorry. Actually a few more people coming on, but we always end up losing a few people. This is the beauty of virtual. It's virtual anything really. Oh, hopefully he'll find it. One sec. Okay. So back to staying younger. Oh, there's Benny. Finally, you got it. Uh, Staying younger. I think when your mind is happy and busy, I think that keeps you young. I think that, if y'all don't agree with me, then say so. Hi, Benny. Thanks for
Oh,
joining us.
hey guys, yeah, technology was a problem there.
Few days ago. That's why it was actually in your messenger, but I send the link out usually the night before for that very reason so that people don't lose it. And but this time I decided to send it a few days earlier because Mercury was messing with the technology and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to have technology issues and then they can't get in and I can't send it and all of that has happened over the years. Like you do it as long as I have, like any number of 25,000 things could go wrong. So it's all good. So Vinny and I are going to talk a little bit about insurance, or Vinny's going to talk to you more about insurance because I am in the process of getting my insurance license and it's going to be a lot of fun doing, but Vinny is the expert. So I'm going to let him talk. Go for it, Vinny.
Oh yeah, good to see you, Marianne. Thanks again for having me. Leslie, I was watching the end of all the interview a little bit, so yeah, always good to hear from you. Like, we also had like a good connection when we met a few months ago, so yeah, good to have you here. So yeah, uh, aging backwards. So first, before I talk about insurance, like I'm also covering a little bit for Michael because, like Marianne was saying earlier, Michael had an issue, with his family members, but he did send me some of the information that he was going to talk about. And Michael, Marianne, and I, we always do some work together. And Marianne was talking about that wellness technology. So as soon as I get some of the information from the studies of that, like I can share. But for the insurance, what I like about it when it comes to aging backwards is like I was watching earlier Scott talking about how we only have one body. We need to take care of it. But like the longer we live, like we do need to take care of our finances. We are not well taken care of in that specific area. How are we going to have a good quality of life until the end of our days, right? And that is something that I find very important. Sometimes I talk to young people who think that they're not going to be around for too long, but well, the thing is, they probably are, and we need to be ready for that. Now, Marianne was talking about licensing for insurance, for finances. Another thing that sometimes is very terrible on our body, and Marianne and I typically talk about that. And Marianne, I'm gonna quote you on that one on how stress is the killer of everything, right? And one thing that stresses the hell out of a lot of people is financial stress, right? And this is something that I've dealt with like for a long time in my life, especially like coming from a family that in the beginning of like of my life, we didn't have like a lot of money, a lot of options. Like that caused me to have a weird relationship with money, even in my adulthood, and trying to fix how your mind operates and rewiring yourself so that you can have a better relationship with money is something that eliminates already a lot of stress in our lives. So, as I was going through my career in financial services, I saw that fixing this rewiring is all about the behavior that you have, not only with money, but with yourself. And the more you take care of yourself, then the money, your health, relationships, everything gets taken care of. So, Marianne and I were also talking last week about some of the different areas of money and health that play a role on how you want the future of your life to be. Like, one of the studies for for the insurance license a few weeks ago, we were going through some exercises, and it's very interesting to see how sometimes people are afraid to disclose information about their finance, not only to their advisors, their family, but I feel like to themselves, how they are just not in a good headspace with their finances. And this is something that I struggled a lot in the beginning of my career, but now I feel like it's much, much better. And I feel like I'm helping people who are dealing with those same issues. And in Canada, we see a lot of that. Uh, had a few meetings like a booked for the last few days with people who were a bit in shambles with their finances. It's impressive to see how that takes a toll on their body. So one of the people, obviously, like without naming, saying any names, but like we've met some people in some of our in-person events for wellness, and it's interesting to see how much they are focused on the healing aspect of their bodies, of their spirit. But if there is a specific side of their finances that is not taken care of, that still trickles down and bleeds into other parts of their finance, uh, of their wellness, so that not everything gets 100% taken care of. So now, uh, when it comes to the wellness side of things, so Marianne and we also started working together so we can blend well the wellness side with financial wellness. So I think Marianne talked a little bit about the APL Go products. Uh, in the beginning of the morning, uh, Rosemary was talking a lot about those products, and it's been very interesting to see how they blend into the business that I was doing before Marianne and I started working together, just with insurance. Oh, there it is.
We talked a lot about
Oh,
them this morning because Julia was on with us and she started the chat with NMN. And then we just kind of continued because it's the best, biggest thing right now. And it's the greatest seller, not because it's super in style. I mean, that too, but because it's really a stellar product and it's significantly less expensive than what is currently out there. And I've used a few of these, so I actually know. And yeah, so we did talk a lot about this. I know that I have seen people who walk with a cane walk without a cane
yeah.
now with this. And I can't tell you enough for myself and my injured knee. I injured my knee when I was 8 years old. We didn't know it was broken. I thought it was just a bad bruise. And by the time it started healing, things don't go exactly the way they're supposed to. So many years later, when you cross over to 60 plus, and I'm 64 now, about 2 years ago, I really started to feel all kinds of crazy pain, and I'm like, "What is this now? Now I can't walk, I can't ride my bike, like, really? What's going on?" So, yeah, now I can totally walk now. I don't know about a bike. That's a little bit different for maybe some other reasons in my lower back and whatnot, but I do also go see an osteopath, which is hugely important, and a massage therapist and a reflexologist, although I have always a hard time finding a really good one that's close by, but those are my 3 people that I love.
Oh, yeah. I think that it is extremely important, especially like how that ties into now finances for us to age backwards. Because once we take care of ourselves, like one of the products Marianne and I work with is how people can take care of their health, sorry, of their finances if they have health issues like disability insurance, critical illness. But let's be honest, we never want to use these. It's good to have them if we ever need it, but hopefully we don't. And how do we prevent that? By taking care. So that's why, like, whenever I sign people up with these insurance products, which are going to be very important in case they have a loss of income because of illness, because their back, their knees, they can't perform their work. But why not prevent? So that's why a lot of people they get to use those products. And Marianne was also talking about knee issues. I also started dealing with some knee issues like about last year. And one thing that really helped me was the technology of pulse electromagnetic fields on your body that helps your cells heal and clean you from all the other crap that is around, all the other magnetic energy
Word.
that is really healing our body.
Stress is actually perfect because can you not hear me?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to hear you. Maybe you're too far.
Shut my mic. How about now? Is this better?
That's better. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So I do want to go just briefly back to the whole financial wellness thing because I think that's a huge part for all of us. Um, if you are tight for cash, every part of your life is going to suffer.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't care. I don't care what y'all think. I don't care if you don't agree with me. I'm right. This is where I have gone through financial stress, really big financial stress. I've had to file for bankruptcy when I got divorced. Divorce is one of the number one reasons. Closing a business, I've done that at the same time. So I really was kind of stuck there and had to file for bankruptcy. I don't ever want to do it again. Having said that, I did just recently experience some financial stress, not the same. I didn't do the bankruptcy, and I don't believe it's going to come to that. But with the real estate industry being what it is, I'm a real estate agent up here in Canada for the last 3 years. It's been very quiet. I don't care what anybody says. It's been quieter for, I'm going to say 99.9% of us. And if it isn't quiet, it's because you're doing something different. You've added, changed, you maybe changed brokerages because certain brokerages are more expensive than like there's ways to cut your money down, but I was doing really well. So, and I also have real estate properties. And so some of those have been sold off and so I used to have six, I have four. And it's a different story. So while I don't need to file for bankruptcy, I'm also not where I used to be. So I was talking to my dentist about some of the activity with my. I'm very particular about my teeth. I also have crowns and bridges, and I'm 64, so it's not going to be perfection in there. And it's amazing what stress will literally do to you, and it will make you sick. Stress will
Mhm.
do it. The stress of this or grief. Grief is another big one. I don't have any, but I have a lot of clients with grief. Anxiety is huge, rampant, rampant. I can't believe the amount of depression and anxiety in today's society with the kids. All we cared about and worried about is what are we going to wear to the dance? What are you going to wear here? What are you going to wear to first day of school? What you know what I mean? Like what are we going to do? What about the cute guy? What about the cute girl? Who are we going to go out with? Like these are the things teenagers should be worried about, not life or death. Like suicide wasn't even on the menu when we were like we did. I don't know anyone who committed suicide at our age, like as a teenager. And now it's like all the time, all the time. And anorexia, bulimia, like there's so many things that I'm, you know, uh, working on people with that I think to myself, oh my gosh, like we're kids, like they're supposed to be enjoying that time now, not this. Like, why is this happening so much? So your health situation will create the environment that your body needs to live in, and sometimes not so great. So I do want to say that part that financial stress is a big one, and you're under stress everywhere. You go to the grocery store, you can't. Oh, I have to be careful what I buy because I only have this much today. I can only spend I don't know $100 as opposed to usually like a Costco visit. We all know is a big visit. It's a lot of money. So now I'm only going to spend $200 as opposed to the 500 I used to spend, or something like that. So, and then, you can't buy what you want. You can't go somewhere out. Maybe your friends are going out, I don't know, for someone's birthday. You just can't. Like, there's so many things that will change about your life and hugely, hugely important. And if you don't think that money's important, I'm just going to tell you straight out, you're wrong. All of us adults know that money is important. It's important in so many ways. So that's all I wanted to say that about that. And that of course, you have to do different things as you get older. So Vinny is literally half my age. So he is a very mature 32-year-old, but he is 32 and he's just starting to feel things, right? And I started to feel stuff shifting and changing a little tiny bit after 50, because after 50, I had more of a sit down job than I did a stand up job and stand up and move around because I had a spa. So I was always, and now there's a lot of sitting. And that's another big stress on the body. So we need some help. We need to get rid of the inflammation. Inflammation happens. It just happens. It just does. And it just is there to tell you that it's not perfect in there. There's something in there that needs some fixing. So that's why the NAD, I'm just going to tell you this for inflammation, this, which is an anti-inflammatory just by itself. And then my US venture, which is this one, the Cincino, because it is important. I take an extra omega because I need it anyways. And I find that it's really good for your eyes. The glutathione in this and to the omega in this, if you want to improve vision, people. And don't tell me you don't want to improve your vision if you're over 60, because I know you do. Because it's just the way it is. And so there's, all these different ways. And that also is stressful. It's stressful if you can't see at night. When you're driving, your vision is now different because you're older, and it just is what it is. So again, these are the things that have helped me. So we're going to talk some more. I don't want to interrupt because I think you were just going to start talking about the frequency healing and the oleolite.
Oh yeah, before that, like I just want to get a segue on what you were saying, because you talked there about how money is important. Like I think one thing that people don't realize is how money is it's a tool, right? It's a tool for freedom. So you get a lot more freedoms in life, a lot of more options if you have money available. Now, and that's the problem. When we don't, it's not that we don't have the tool, it's that we lose the ability to have the freedom. Like imagine how great it is, like if you go to the supermarket, go to we were talking about Costco, like you buy a bunch of stuff, but then like do you how liberating it is not having to look at price tags. So it is a tool for freedom, and that is, in my opinion, the greatest gift that I try to give my clients whenever I educate them on finances. It's not just about knowing how to keep more of their money, how to make their money multiply. Sure, that is pretty sweet, but how are we going to use that? What is the purpose for people when they are increasing their money? They need to have some goal in mind for their mind to be quiet enough for them to know that they are achieving their dreams. And that is ultimately what's going to reduce their level of stress. And that is what's going to get them to age way slower. It's not just about using the products, about you, like you were saying, Marianne, putting yourself in a situation where the environment makes you feel more calm. And I think that's what we need to teach when it comes to money, insurance, investments. It's about having that as a bigger purpose for us, that we can achieve more freedom and we can be good with ourselves with money. So yeah, that's why I'm very passionate about financial education, not just about selling products. That's what I love about it.
No, it's not about selling products. It's not just about selling insurance, but just the fact that you have this insurance, you have a TFSA. I'm not sure what some of these accounts are called in the US, but for Canada, it's a US TFSA is great. I know there's a limit on it because it's tax free. I guess that's probably why they put a limit on it, but anything that's good. Makes to know. The limit is 109, but isn't it good to know that you have an extra $109,000 waiting for you in case anything should happen and you need it? And then you have a universal, which is also with an investment, which is phenomenal. Like it's just to have those backups, it's a relief, right? Like I'm not
Exactly. And a lot of people are not aware. Yeah.
me
Lot-
personally. I really like uh I really like real estate, but that's because I'm a real estate agent. So I'm always going to be pro real estate. I think I just am moving and changing things around a little bit. So I'm starting to work, you know, or look into, anyways, more of doing outside of Canada, some fun for the investing. So there's all kinds of wonderful things you can have.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people they are very much pro real estate. I'm also pro real estate. Who shouldn't be pro real estate? People need to live somewhere. I think that the problem is when people think that there is only one strategy out there. But no, there are multiple strategies. There are multiple types of assets for people to invest in. Diversifying our assets is a very important thing as well. But and people need to understand that s- each strategy is going to work better depending on their situation, depending on their location that they're at. Like a like Marianne was talking a few minutes ago about how down real estate has been in Canada for the last 3, 4 years. So why not have another option? So that's why it's important to work. Not like one person probably not going to work with that many multiple products unless you're Marianne, because Marianne works with everything. But if you're not Marianne and you can't work with like a 500 things at the same time, because that's my case, for instance. That's why it's important to surround yourself with the right people. Surround yourself with people who are specialists in each one of those areas. So that's why it's good to build good connections, be around good entrepreneurs. So I love what Marianne and I are doing about connecting with people, getting to know about different areas in wellness, in finances, real estate. So that is definitely wonderful.
Well, I just lost
Now,
another speaker for today who was Amanda. And I want to say that some of the stuff I do because I do so many things, but you know what? Vinny does a lot too. He's just not saying everything he does. He works the APL Go with me as well as now I work the insurance with them. And then what else? Oli Light. We both do Oli Light. And you're about to do Zena with me because it's going to be available in Brazil. So you can send it to your parents. And all that really wonderful. A ton of products. So like I will have real estate usually has a season. I'm really busy at a certain season, and then it's kind of it's easy to have 1 or 2 listings. Currently, I have 3, but and they're all set up, so there's nothing really for me to do that much. And having real estate, that's a different story. Like a friend of mine, she just bought an Airbnb, so that's another way of doing things, right? So it's kind of fun. Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to say he's actually quite a superstar himself.
well, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm that much of a superstar because I'm the type of person that I like to focus on sometimes like one thing, and then I can do well some of the things around me, but I like doing like a one thing. I like we were talking about APL Go, which and Only Life, which are also things that I'm doing. But mostly, I delegate that a lot to Marianne and Michael so that I can focus on my area of expertise right now, which is finances. But yeah, I think it's very important for us to have multiple sources of income and surround ourselves with good people who are also specialists in their area. And for Oli Life, Marianne was mentioning that like yeah, I'm a mature 32-year-old, but like around 31, I started uh feeling some different stuff. Yeah, I remember that when I was 29, I was afraid that everyone's telling me that when you hit 30, that's when your body starts malfunctioning, your knees don't bend anymore. Well, that started happening a little bit with me at 31, and what actually helped me a lot were the old life products. Like I started testing them out so that I could see like how they help with the healing of my knees because I've always been a very active person. I was like, well, I try to act what I preach to people. So if I am trying to grow my finance and telling people to grow their finance and also watch out for their health if they want to build great assets, I need to do the same. So I always got very active. And in one of those activities, I ended up hurting my knees a little bit. So I was like, well, how is that I take care of that before it becomes a massive problem. Because if this starts to be a problem when I'm 31, imagine how terrible it's going to be when I hit 40s, 50s, 60s. So let's try to take care of these problems right now before they become a major issue. And that's what Holy Life been helping me. So I started testing out those products, and basically what they do is they make it so we are able to get the fifth element of health, because we always talk about how water, food, air quality, sunlight, these are very good things that we need to have good quality of life, to have good health. But there is a fifth element, which is geomagnetic field. And sometimes we forget about that. And what is that? That is the electromagnetic field that we have on Earth, but we really get the benefits of it when we have direct physical contact with the Earth. If we have literally our feet on the ground, on Earth, like a walking on Earth. And a lot of people don't do that. We are now more than ever very disconnected from nature, from Earth, because of our modern lifestyle. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's just like that's how life is right now. We are constantly on cities, and that we are no longer have the real contact with magnetic environments. And because of that, just like if we don't take the good water, good food, good sunlight, that disrupts our biological rhythms. So how is it that we can solve that? So that's where they created those PEMF devices, which is pulse electromagnetic field devices. And those ones, they are really, really good because they help us get connected uh, with those electromagnetic fields. But now the problem is those products they used to be extremely expensive. So we were doing some studies about how NASA was the one who started using this type of technology to help astronauts whenever they come back to Earth, because they get this literally disconnected from Earth. They're like kilometers and kilometers away from the surface of the Earth. So that technology really helped save their bodies and help them reconnect to Earth. But the thing is, that was massively expensive, right? Those were like huge devices that NASA was using for their ultimate personnel. But now this Holy Life company that's been around for about 3-4 years, they started getting this technology in building devices that are way more portable so that people can use at home. So I think Marianne was able to test this device in a trade show like a few months, maybe a year ago. I was able to test them last year when I started. No, I think early or this year actually, when I started getting into how to fix my knees a little bit more. And this technology is wonderful. Like instead of just driving to like a forest, which is probably like a long drive away, like, especially if you live in a big city like we do, and going for a walk bare feet, you can just get one of those devices in like a 20 to 30 minutes with you sitting down with your feet on them. The device is able to really heal your body with pulse electromagnetic fields. And you can really feel the heat on your body, and you can actually feel much better. Like I was in a trip last week where I couldn't use the technology for about a week. I felt really good during the trip because I've been using it consistently every day. But there was a lot of walking, a lot of a lot of hikes, a lot of heat in the environment that I was in. And coming back home and starting to use that again, you can really feel your body much better. So it is a really good technology. It really helped heal definitely my left knee. My left knee, I feel it 100% now compared to how I was feeling, let's say, 5 months ago. Now I'm just finishing up fixing my right knee, but I am very confident about how my body is now feeling and about how my body is going to feel in the next 5-10 years. Because like I said, my goal is to make it so my body survives for a long time, so that I can enjoy the fruits of my labor. I can enjoy the money that I am building for myself, for the environment around my team. So, because the ultimate goal in life, for at least for me, my goal is to live for as much as I can with a lot of quality of life. And I want to help other people do that as well. So, I have a lot of great things to say about how Holy Life's been helping me and how energized I've been feeling with the APL Go products. And that helps me do my business and grow my personal finances, the finances of my clients way better, so that they can use all those tools like Marianne was saying, like TFSAs, universal lives, RRSPs, whole lives, all tools that help us be in a much quieter and peaceful state in our minds for our finances. And if our bodies are aligned with that, that's the ideal spot that we want to be in.
Right. And the financial uh, wellness is, financial wellness, financial freedom, health, wellness, health, freedom, same, right? Like, what you don't want to live like somebody said, "Oh, I would love to live to 150." And I'm like, "Yeah, if I'm healthy, but I don't want to be limping around. I don't want to be in pain every day." You know what I mean? Like, I want quality of life too, right? I want a peaceful nervous system. I want a peaceful mind and a peaceful heart. And I want to be happy. I don't want to be miserable. Does anybody really want to be miserable? No, right? Like this is why, and so this is why I started putting the wellness fairs together. I wish I could do them internationally. I'm just not there yet. I'm still trying to perfect the ones that I do here. And it's fun. It's getting to the point where it's all like even more fun than it was when I first started. And just being able to help so many people all at once is fantastic because you gather all of the vendors and then you gather the public. And I was watching one of the ladies, well, two of them. They're actually two of my very regulars, and they were literally going to every single vendor, and I think they bought something from every single one. In some cases, it was an all natural soap. In another case, it was an all natural coffee. Then it was an all natural treatment. Then they came to our table, then my supplements, then, regular coaches, energy healers. Gosh, I can't even remember everything that was there. And it's so much fun. And the three of us, and Rosemary sometimes has been with us as well. It just depends on how much room there is at my table because this next one, we've got another new person. She's gonna be working the Zinzino table, because I don't know as much about Zinzino as she does, and they have a really good product too for memory. She's been using this on her, daughter who is 8 years old, and she has really fairly intense ADD. ADHD. I'm not sure which one of those it is, but she actually recently got an award for being good in class, which was not the case for the last 3 years at all. So, like, there's numerous things out there help and support, and I love having other people with other supplements. They're always welcome. I'm always looking for new vendors, and it's always exciting. I have chosen to work with APL Go, and Vinny's now tried it. I just hooked up with this Enzino, so he hasn't had a chance, but we need something to get out to Brazil because not everything goes out there. So we need something that they can do. And apparently they're going to be opening up something or other in the next 2 to 3 months. I hope not much longer than that. And oh my gosh, the Oli life is so good. I can't tell you enough about what it's done for my knee. My knee that I broke when I was 8 years old, but it never healed properly. Yeah, you gotta always do some adjusting and aligning, and my osteopath is always working on that. And it's an awesome. I used to go to a scalar clinic that closed, and now I was so sad because it closed, and scalar is so good for you and the frequency healing. And now I have my own. I don't have to go anywhere. I mean, I still like to go if I have time. I just don't have a lot of time because I do so many things. But I love every minute of everything that I do. It's so much fun. I love doing these. I love doing these, but I did lose another speaker, and then Rosemary came and joined us. So Amanda's the lady who handles my books, and she is having a bit of an emergency. There's a lot going on. Mercury's in retrograde for another week, everyone. So just hold tight, and then the energy will subside a little bit.
Yeah, and not just that, but also we who are here like in southern Ontario, we have been dealing with terrible air quality the last 36 hours or so. So a lot of people they have been getting these emergencies. A lot of people are feeling ill, they're getting sick. So this shows the importance of us having this preventive health, because if our bodies are in a much better state before a catastrophe like this happens because of the wildfires, then we tend to feel much better. Like Marianne and I were talking about that yesterday, actually, when we had to go out of our respective homes, like and see like the sky was like gray or orange at some point. But if your body's in a state that you're actually protecting yourself against all these ailments that are in the air, if your body is like your bones, your joints, you're feeling good, and also if you are stress free, if your financial situation is well enough that you're just in a state that your body resistance is just not too low, you're gonna be so much better. You're not gonna feel all the effects of the bad environment that is around you.
You're not going to get as sick. The whole
Yeah.
idea to boost our immune system, and we have such a great product. And I don't have a whole box because I just opened one. And there's so many supplements all over my desk. I know. Anyway, that there is, and I'm not going to stop taking. But we have an award winner. I cannot, Rosemary. If you have a grow anywhere close by, please show it to me because I can't seem to find one. And I was looking for one this morning. I probably sold out because that's another big seller for me. In 2020, when all we talked about was the immune system, our immune booster won an award out of 423 products. And it was the number one product in the entire
This what
world.
you're looking for?
That's the one.
Yeah, it would be amazing. Actually, Rosemary, can you say grow and then because for whatever reason I can't seem to control this speaker view thing here. So if the person who talks, that's who show, and I really want people to see it.
All right, you were talking about Grow with the APL Go. This is their number one product. It's won awards and amazing for your brain, for your body, and for your health. Bert,
We cannot hear you, Mary.
can't hear you.
All of a sudden, is this all of a sudden or
Oh, that's better.
That's better.
touch Mercury? Oh yeah, grow is our number one product.
Yeah, you're too far from the microphone. Come closer.
Microphone's over here, and I can't get to it right now. Anyways, can you hear me now?
It's better.
And so our number one product is actually RLX. That's the company's number one product. It's the product that the company was based on. That paid. It's the very first product that we had. And that's actually the company's number one product is for sleep. How sad is it that in the entire world, our number one product is, to help you sleep, which means there's a ton of people that can't sleep. That is sad. And you know why? Because they're stressed. They're thinking and they're overthinking. And, we get 60 to 70,000 thoughts literally in a day that come to us. And it's your choice which ones you want to hold on to. So pick the good ones, let the other ones go. Just let them go. I know it's easier said than done, but do it. Do it a few times and then you'll see it'll be easier. But yeah, so I do want to talk a little bit about, I know Rosemary has a really good, actually, you have to go see Vinny. So why don't you tell us a little about APL Go and what it's done for you and how it's changed for you, like what it's changed for you.
Yeah, for me, definitely the biggest impact on from APL Go were, I would say, there's two sets of products. The first one is a combo of air, uh, was alt and grow. I really like those, especially like you were saying, like in a situation like this where the air quality is so bad because of the wildfires, taking air and grow is extremely important. Now, sometimes we cannot help it and we get sick. Like let's say like when we're going from winter to spring or from fall to winter. So people start getting sick. That's that just happens. And alt was something that really helped me last time that I started feeling sick because of the change of weather. And I started taking that combo of alt, grow, and air, and that helped me a lot. I feel like I healed way faster than I typically do when I get sick because of weather change, and with natural stuff. So I wasn't putting any weird crap inside my body. It was stuff that actually is clean, that helps me heal and remain healthy. So that was one of the big game changers for me when it comes to APL Go. Still, I would say besides that, one of my favorite products is ice. I'm not sure if Marianne has a box of ice over there because
Like,
yeah, I took some of her ice. Maybe Rosemary has ice. The thing
I
is,
don't have any ice with me. I'm sorry. The show.
well, that's okay, but I can explain. Here's the thing. Maybe it doesn't seem like it, but I really like to eat. I exercise a lot. I have a healthy lifestyle. Like I don't know why Marianne is agreeing with me. Maybe she shouldn't. But yeah, I do eat a lot. I love trying out new food, and sometimes I get very carried away when it comes to eating because I like tasting new food. And ice is a product that helps you with digestion. It is by far the best product that I've seen when it comes to helping you if you're feeling bloated, if you feel like you cannot digest food. It's also good for preventive situations if you know that you're going to a restaurant or a party that you're like, oh, I really want to enjoy that. So maybe you take one before you go, and then you can take something after as well, because it is an extremely good product to help with digestion. And that also helps me even do my business because like I help people with finances. I go in to them, go to meetings with them to help them and educate them. Imagine if I'm doing that like after like a meal that I had with a big client or after a big lunch. That actually helps you do your business, do your work better. So this has been like a big game changer for me when it comes to digestion. So I really like this ice product. Plus, sure, there are some other very good products like NMN, Lift. Those are really good. But these two combos, the ones for immune system with Grow Air Alt and ice for digestion, those are my favorite ones from APL Go.
I just want to add one thing to ice. If you have digestive issues, you should definitely be taking MLS because this is a microbiome balancer and your microbiome needs balancing. I used to use a lot of ice and part of that other digestive enzymes in my life, just because that's the way it went. The older you get, the slower your metabolism is. And this helped a lot. This also helps to kill some parasites off, and so on and so forth. We could talk more in detail. There's things that I can't say in public that I'm not allowed, but I have seen some big, gigantic improvements I just want to talk about briefly for a quick second about that talking about aging backwards and the brain clears up exactly what we are in. Right? It actually clears up.
Come closer to us, Marianne.
Clears up. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put soft yellow radio.
Oh, no, yeah, it's very hard to hear.
Any louder, so I'm just gonna speak. So let me just finish and then we'll be done. So brain is excellent for people who has dementia or is starting to get it. I've had some really great results with this. People have, regained pieces of their memory. It's not something that's going to get rid of the dementia, but it'll give you a couple of hours with your family that you can remember again. It'll help to calm you down because there's a whole series of things that go along with dementia, and I can't have an aging backwards summit without mentioning BRN. So that's an important one. But I know, Benny, you have to go. So feel free to stay with us as long as you can and then leave when you have to. Thank you so much for your help. I do want to hear Rosemary's story because she is going to talk a little bit about SLD and this anti-inflammatory is fantastic. And she's going to talk to you about her heal story. I always try to get her to talk about that. So go for it, Rosemary.
Yeah,
I
thank
think
you
it's
so
your
much for
favorite
having me,
story.
guys.
Thank you, Vinny. It was wonderful to hear from you. Anyway, I'm going to jump in here now. Thank you very much, Vinny. It was great to hear from you. And as you know, both of us are kind of in the financial wellness category. And one of the biggest things for me is financial education is so extremely important. And from personal reasons, for my own health, stress and health really, they bounced, they really bumped into each other. And it was coming out of that was very important for me, which thankfully I think I'm on my way there now. I've got a beautiful little scar here from some surgery, but bear with me. So I'm sorry about having to look at that. I've been with APL Go now probably, I'm thinking almost 3 years now. And the one thing that brought me to APL Go was the fact that this is all natural. There's nothing in there that would affect any other medication or things that you're taking. And I do get asked that question a lot. You know, I've got diabetes and I'm taking this, or I've got high blood pressure, I'm taking that. Will it affect any of those things? And the answer to that is no, because there is nothing in there other than all natural fruits and herbs. And I know Marianne has mentioned it, but I think it's important to understand that it's the all natural that you're putting into your body, the nutrition that in a lot of cases today, especially, we're missing. We're missing a lot of it because we're going all the time, we're running all the time, and we forget to make sure we get all the nutrition that our body needs. And I swear by it. I use many of the different products, but as Marianne pointed out, yep.
So when Rosemary says it doesn't affect diabetes, it does. It actually helps.
I'm sorry, I meant counteract. Sorry, you're right. I meant that it doesn't counteract having to, like I've had people say to me, I don't want to take anything extra now because I'm already taking this particular medication. I need to run it by my doctor. That's what I meant, and I apologize for that miscommunication on that. When I got introduced to it, I was having a lot of problems around arthritis, osteoarthritis in my hips and my legs. And I was going through a very difficult time with that. And when I got introduced to APL Go, there was a couple of products that were introduced to me and told, take these, try these out. Well, in this particular occasion, just to go back a little bit, um, with having a lot of problems with my arthritis, I also didn't wear heels. That was a big thing for me. Anytime I'm going out, if I have to find nice shoes or dressy shoes, they were always flats because I couldn't wear heels. But on a particular occasion, after I started using the products, I wanted to get something new and some change of clothes, whatever, a dressy clothes for an event that I was going to. And I decided I needed some new shoes, flats, and I went to a shoe store. And while going through all the shoes, I found these heels that were absolutely incredible, perfect black pump. I don't know, it wasn't a huge heel, but it was at least maybe 2 inches anyway. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to try them. I'm going to see how they fit because I loved the way they felt. And that's the thing about heels. They make you feel better and feel stronger. So I thought, okay, I'll wear them. Maybe they'll last an hour, half an hour, or I can take them off and put them back on and throughout the day of this conference that I was attending. Well, that morning I did go to the conference. I did put the shoes on. And as many of you know, when you're at conferences or events, you're standing, you're walking, you're moving, you're up and down, you're not sitting still. And the day went on, lots of things going on. And it was about mid-afternoon that one of my own mentors actually came up to me and told me how great I looked in my heels. She said, "You look wonderful in heels. I've never seen you in heels before," which was fact. I, at that point, realized that I'd been in the heels since 9 o'clock in the morning. This was approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. And I won't say I was uncomfortable because, yeah, I've been in them all day long. But pain? No. I did not have that pain that I was expecting to have in my ankles by being in these shoes all day. The product, as Marianne had actually pointed out already, is this one here that was my savior, SLD, and it's for inflammation. And it worked its miracle. What went with that was, try that again, STP. And STP is for pain. And I had a lot of pain going on in my hips and my legs. And this too takes away and alleviates that pain. Between those two and some of the other products, again, they helped with the nutrition in your body. It helps you feel stronger and able to do things. And these two, for me, allowed me to feel alive again, that I can now wear heels and get dressy as I used to. And it's good. The other product, and actually Vinny brought it up, was air, because I had a lot of lung issues and diagnosed with asthma, a lot of buildup in my throat. And I take that quite often, even now at night before bed, because it helps me. The alt, as Marianne has there in front of her, is for allergies and the pollens in the air and all that stuff. Again, I take that as well. But the one for the air, for me, helped my lungs. And it really cleared it up, so I was able to breathe throughout the night.
Yeah, sleep better, but all
Oh, sleeping better. That was why I took it at night.
all in air, super.
Yes.
Well, we are getting serious thunder showers happening, so I'm hoping for some heavy rain on Saturday to help clear up some of this air. But this is what's happening right now. This one and air, honestly, the air for the lungs, because it cleans out your lungs, And the alt for your upper respiratory, so your bronchioles, your sinuses, any kind of sore throat. Like for me, I'm tasting this fire. I'm feeling it. I'm smelling it like as soon as I wake up in the morning. It's burning my eyes. So this is what I take. And so this is what's been sustaining me. And it's meant for any allergy, really, any kind of allergies.
Oh,
It's
yes.
not, it's not as fast as an EpiPen dice. Don't be substituting an EpiPen for this. It's not that quick, but it's quick. Like this is, this is the reason I joined the company, this part here. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. Did you want to share anything else with me?
Well, basically, the air allowed me, because I wasn't sleeping well, and actually 3 years ago when we were dealing with the arthritis, I was also dealing with being told I had severe sleep apnea. And I would wake up at night quite often, even just choking and unable to breathe. And I'd have this sort of buildup in my throat and in my lungs, and my voice would even disappear. And even now, you can still catch a little bit of it. But this has been a miracle worker for me. I know that sounds like a huge statement, but it allowed me to sleep through the night. And if you know about all this stuff, you know that sleeping through the night is like gold. You really need it, and it makes such a difference in the morning when you wake up. In fact, when I first started with the alt, um, again, it was brand new. I was just trying it out, and it took a couple of nights, but I woke up, I guess, like 2 mornings later, and I was breathing clear. My sinuses were clear. There was nothing holding anything back. There was no stuffiness, and I just felt different. I thought, oh my God, this stuff really works. So I was sold on it from that. The air and the ALT were the first products I used. I still use them every day. As you see, I've got the air right in front of me here. And the SLD for all the inflammation I've got going on in my body and in my bones, or my body rather. So they have been tremendous for me. Um, Anyone, if you've got anything that you want to discuss, any things that are bothering you or have problems with, talk to one of us. Talk to Marianne, talk to myself. We've been there, we've got the products, and I have basically testimonials from others too that have taken these products, and it just made such a difference in their life.
Please connect with whoever you feel, drawn to you don't mind. Nobody cares who you go to as long as you get
Oh
help.
no, that's what I meant. Marianne as well. Yeah.
So, what I wanted to say was, my situation with alt was that I would get sinus infections every single year, once or sometimes twice. I would also get bronchitis once or twice a year. So I was an antibiotic queen. Antibiotics are not good for you because you get a lot of candida from it. It's very, uncomfortable. And who wants to have sinusitis twice a year? Who wants to do that? Nobody. Bronchitis once, twice, three. Oh, I don't want to have it at all. I haven't had it since I've been on these. I might have to take some extra air, or I might have to take some extra ALT, but quick and easy and no antibiotics. And that's it. Sometimes I might need to rest because I have a crazy schedule that I absolutely love and I'm not letting go of anytime soon. So I love everything I do. I'm going to continue doing it. And yeah, so these are just some of the supplements. We have 19 plus the NAD, but this is our number one product now. But there's so many other amazing products to help you, especially with sleeping people. I can't stress enough. We have helped, I don't even know how many hundreds of people, uh, help them with sleeping better, falling asleep better, not having to get up during the middle of the night. Sometimes that's a hormonal thing. I have that as well. That's something I've experienced. I've lost weight. I've lost like 26 pounds with our PFT, which is our visceral fat eater. Although I do combine it with the MLS, which is the microbiome balancer, because that's an important feature is to get your microbiome balance. That's hugely important. And as we get older, it just doesn't balance as well. So all of everything that you have, that things that happen after 50, after 60, after 40 in some cases, and in some cases after 30, yeah, it comes with, aging comes with arthritis sometimes. It comes with all these different ailments and diabetes and whatever. But we have something for each one, and not just the supplements, but there's other things. There's so many things that you can do to make it more manageable. You may or may not be able to get rid of it. I don't want to say this is going to get rid of something, but it will definitely help you manage it in the most natural way because we want the natural way because the natural way will actually heal it. If you take a pain pill, it will kill off the pain, but it's not going to heal it, right? Whereas these products will. And so hugely important to have that stress-free environment, especially as we get older. I don't know about you, but as I get older, I want more quiet. I want more peace. Um, I love the cottage type the lifestyle. I almost wish I could live up there, but I know I can't right now, not with everything I have to do. Yeah, I have to stay in the city, but there's so much. And then back to the whole financial thing. If you're financially free and stress free, I mean, how beautiful is that? Where you don't have to worry about money. We're not talking about becoming billionaires. If you can do that, that's great. Yeah, and being a millionaire these days, that's nothing. Like somebody said, "Oh, are you a millionaire?" And I go, "Yeah, but it's not that big of a deal." Like I have 4 properties, they all cost altogether they cost more than $1 million. Like one of them will cost almost that much. Like that's not, you live in a big city like Toronto, there's no way, you know, being a millionaire is not that big of a deal anymore. So creating some stress-free environments for yourself, being around positive people. Like I find that one of the letting go features in my life that I have to do is I've had to let go of people that are just constantly, as soon as you get a hold of them in the morning, they start with the negativity, right? And I'm not saying don't say any negative things to me ever. I'm just don't start my day with it and then go crazy and then continuously. And some people, when you talk to them, there's there's almost nothing positive in that conversation. I find that I'm doing is wheeling them back into the positive world, and then the next negative thing. And if I say something positive, and I'm like, okay, I can't be around this anymore. Like that's enough, And maybe I could be in another environment with them at a party, but I don't have to talk to them all night as soon as they start. Like I've had to do a lot of light cleaning. Light cleaning is super important. Let go. And I just very briefly am going to talk about bank code because it's such a big part of my life. And I am a level 5 coach with them. If you are looking for a career and you love being a coach, this is the best thing ever. We get to play with these cards. We have a digital version. Sherry Tree is the CEO and founder of Bank Code. It is very similar to other personality assessments. We focus more on the people, and we have some very exciting news coming up in October. We are starting something brand new. I don't know when I have permission to talk about it, but I don't have any permission right now. They just told us about it, and we're having a meeting on Monday. But I am definitely going to be doing something in Toronto with it that is super exciting. If you don't know what these are and you have never had a fracture code experience and found out what your personality is, please, yeah, I am happy to send you. I've already paid for a bunch of them, so I'm happy to send you one for free. It's a digital version of this. It's so much fun. I mean, who doesn't want to know more about themselves? And you can use this with people. I take these to my trade shows. People love playing with them. Like they actually will buy them and take them home and play with the family. And, my friend had a son that was, and I'm not going to tell you everything, but he was this personality. She was this personality, super vibrant, short sentences, short everything, doesn't do any research, just operates on like intuition and life in general. This one, very introverted, very quiet, does a lot of research, very long sentences because there's lots to explain about everything they know. These are probably the smartest people in the entire uh, deck of cards. We know someone think with research. Everybody has one of those. This is me. This is me. This is how I operate. I make decisions in 5 minutes. I don't sit there and think about it. I don't research anything. If it sounds like a great idea, I'm excited. Let's go. Let's go. And let's not, the only thing is I'm not very patient. So not very patient. This this is super conservative person, completely different. Well, I tend to work with a lot of these people because I want two of these together in a room. We're crazy. I love it. Actually, I know a lot of people that are like this. So this is my code. So you, if anybody wants this, I will be happy to send you the link. So this is my code right here. So I am red when I'm doing real estate. Definitely. So these two cards for me are exactly the same number. Once you get into it more and you do the actual test, which is a more advanced version, um, they come out in numbers. And so these two are the same number for me. So when I'm coaching, I'm this. When I'm healing, doing energy healing, I'm this. But when I'm doing real estate and when I'm doing business, even at my trade shows, I'm setting up, I'm this. By the time I get into it, I'm this. Like it's just, I don't have time. I got to set up. I got to move fast. I got to get it done. I got to get the tables organized. I got to organize all the other vendors. I'm responsible for everyone's table and I got to move fast and you got to get out of my way. But then when I start, then I'm all this. I can't wait to talk to them. I can't wait to do some healing, some energy healing, like it's so much fun. And then this one is my third one. So this is when I go into stress, I start asking questions. I don't ask questions ever. But when I'm stressed out and I'm not sure, that's when I might research a little bit. I might probably ask someone to research it for me to research it. I'll get along. You really want to have, we all have all four, first of all. And ideally, you want to be balanced on all four. So I don't know if I'm ever going to be balanced with this one because this one loves Excel spreadsheets and I hate them. I actually am allergic to them. As soon as I hear Excel spreadsheet, I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. You're not getting me to do that. I don't like them, even though they're helpful, right? Which they're awesome. Like, how do you live without an Excel spreadsheet? You gotta have everything. You hire people to do this. But anyways, that's how I do it. And it's just a little fun. I am gonna read the personalities to them just really quickly. And like I said, please hit me up if you want the digital version. So this is action. They're the most vibrant, they're the loudest. They come into the room, they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is So, here's their values: freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement, attention, stimulation, competition, winning, fun, and image. If I'm not having fun, I'm not doing it. That's the first thing. Or you got to know that I love what I do. And here's nurturing. This is really quick. Relationships are probably their number one thing. Authenticity, they're the most authentic people out of all of them. Personal growth is something they value, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. So community, huge, huge. I have a friend that uses the word community in practically every sentence. She does. So she's the high nurturer. So here's the knowledge, smartest people, because they have researched everything. They have the most amount of knowledge, actual knowledge, data, logistics, etc. Learning, intelligence, logic, self mastery, technology, research and development, science, universal truths, expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. So if you're selling to one of these guys, you better have your facts straight. If you say something and they go research it and they discovered it was wrong, you're out forever. They will never do business with you again. Blueprint, stability, structure, systems, processes, planning, predictability, responsibility, duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. I am still not sure. They're great. If you're going to have a meeting with these people here, you'd better be about a half an hour earlier. If you are anything less than 15 minutes early for the meeting, you're late. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're 5 minutes late, you're done. They're not doing business with you. They even Sherry Tree had somebody tell her, no, you were 10 minutes late. I can't do business with you. How can I trust you? And they're risk adverse anyway. So they would not, that they consider that to be a risk. And these ones, they want to know it's for the higher good. So if you have a charity attached to what you're selling, that's perfect for them. You better tell them because they're going to sign up like right away. And this one, this sale's going to be the quickest. They're going to make a decision fast. They're going to spend a lot of money, and for sure, 100% are putting it out to a credit card. They don't have the money because they spend money like crazy, which is a decision. This was I took level 5. It's a $25,000 for my Canadian friends. It's in US dollars, which means it's about 35,000 Canadian almost. I made that decision in like 5 minutes. So we don't spend a lot of time, but it's going to be fast and furious. If you're going to give these people a long, detailed email, they won't buy. It's too much information. They don't care. You have to give them the condensed version of everything. We don't have time. We don't have patience. We're not interested in knowing the whole life story of it. We just want to know what it's going to do. So if you're selling me, I don't know, skincare, this is going to get rid of your wrinkles. This is going to tighten up your skin. But don't give me the whole story of all the I don't care. I don't care. Just tell me what it's going to do for me. It's that fast. So that's just a brief explanation. I will do a lengthier version on another time, but it's a lot of fun. And you know what? Did you know that only 18% of people that are not aligned with your personality, so that means if you're a this and you're talking to this, only 18% of those people will buy. Who wants the other 82%? I do. Anybody else? Yeah. So very, very important. Very important. And Sherry Tree's an expert in this because she used to make, if you've ever heard Sherry Tree's story, she used to live in a storage unit and she was making $700 a year. She went from 700 to 72,000 a year. She went from 72,000 to 500,000. I don't know. And from there, went on to more and more, and I don't even know what to talk. So it works. It's communication. It's you're talking to this person. It's like you're talking German, and they speak French, so they're not going to understand what you're saying. You're talking to this person, and they speak Chinese, and you're speaking Dutch. That's not going to work, right? So you have to learn how to communicate to these people if you want to be able to serve them. But not even about money and hitting the sale. It's about serving them and explaining it to them in their language so that they understand it. That's all it is. My friend had a terrible relationship with her. Understand each other. He was an introvert. She was an extrovert. She had all these games planned for them when he wouldn't do any of them. She didn't even have a relationship hardly with her son. Now that she understands that he's this and needs to have some time to himself, and she's the crazy one that needs to be with 500 people. Now they get along and they're best friends. Who wants that in their life? Who wants a better relationship with their kids, grandkids, spouse? Maybe you didn't have to get divorced if you could understand each other, right? Who wants more yeses in life, period. And if you think you're not selling all the time, you are. When you're telling your kid to eat broccoli instead of, I don't know, chips for dinner, isn't that selling? Aren't you trying to sell them an idea? You're always selling. You're always selling. If you're telling your spouse, hey, I want to go see this movie, and you're trying to talk them into that or her, isn't that selling? Everything is selling. Everything is selling, but also included. So how beautiful is that? I want to thank all of my speakers. Thank you, everyone who's still here with me. Thank you for staying as long as you did. I know everyone's busy, and I had so much fun doing this one. I think I want to do another one before the year is over. It's my favorite subject, aging backwards. And I think the next one may be on finance. So come join us again and listen to my amazing speakers. I offer this for free. It's one of the things part of my giving to the world, because there's so many conferences out there that are great and people just can't always afford it. So free is in everyone's budget. It's going to stay on here for free. I'm going to send it off to my social media girl. She's going to brand it up and we're going to throw it onto my YouTube, and then I'm going to pass it along to all of my speakers. So you will be able to find this anywhere, but it's up on my Facebook for at least a month because Facebook takes down lives after a month. So thank you all so much for listening. Thank you to all of my speakers. Thank you to the people that are still left here with me, Rosemary and Leslie. Thank you all and have a beautiful day.